told that.
Everybody, this is a special panel discussion about CWD. To start with, I'd like to introduce the commissioners, staff, and the panelists, and we'll self-introduce starting at my far left.
Troy Spohr, Oakley.
Bill Escamino, Garden City.
Lauren Quayle Sill, Hutchison.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
And I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka. And staff over there.
Sorry, my voice isn't very good. This is Brad Lovels from Topeka.
Stuart Shrug from Brad.
Okay. Now we've got erstwhile panelists here. Starting there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Levi Jaster, Emporia. I'm the big game program coordinator for KDWP. And I will go ahead and let the rest of the panelists introduce themselves. We do have one joining us this morning virtually. He had a son that tested positive for COVID. And then I think he himself did also. So he is staying home to help keep everybody else from getting sick too, but he will be joining us from that from virtual world over in Missouri. So I'll go ahead and let everybody introduce themselves. Go ahead and please give your name, where you're from, but also give them your title. Kind of give some context to why you're here today. And we're coming to you today as professionals that have to deal with CWD. We are not necessarily experts in that sense. There's a lot of people that focus their lives studying chronic waste and disease, but we're a lot of the folks in the field that have to deal with this. And, we're just trying to all work towards solutions and present kind of what's going on and some of the issues we face. And, during this, we'll have some presentations. And for the most part, after that's done, we'll have a little bit of time. We can, question or two, but we want to try to move through those. And then we've got most of the end of the meeting is all scheduled just for discussions back and forth. You're welcome to direct questions to the panel or to a specific panelist. And panelists may jump in on questions where they have something that will be a benefit. So with that, I will let the panelists introduce themselves. So I think we'll start here on the end.
Thanks for having me. My name is Matt Dunphy. I'm the director of the Chronic Waste Disease Alliance. I'm also director of special programs for the Wildlife Management Institute. I'm title. I spend a lot of time thinking about CWD nationally. So happy to be here and share with you. Yeah, I'm Kent Hensley. I'm the Cedar Bluff Wildlife Area Manager based south of Buckhead. I'm Brody Latham. I'm the marketing manager based out of Pratt.
Evan Clegg, I'm the district wildlife biologist in Northwest Kansas out of Colby.
Shane Hesting, I'm the wildlife disease coordinator for the department out of the Victoria Research and Survey Office. CWD is one disease I deal with. I deal with a lot of diseases daily in wildlife.
Kurt Hudson, Lieutenant, Law Enforcement Division, District 1A. I've got the northwest part of the state in my district.
And as Levi mentioned, Jason Sumner's.
We'll start, Shane, if you want to go ahead and kind of give us your, should I get to the podium? Yeah, if you don't mind. That's for the first one. Oh, wait, we've got one more person. We get Jason. Jason, can you introduce
Yep.
yourself?
As Levi mentioned, Jason Sumner's Deputy Director from Missouri Department of Conservation. Wish I could have been there today, guys. COVID, as Levi mentioned, making its run through the house, but I'm glad at least we can join virtually.
I'm going to start. My presentation is about the start of CWD in Kansas to right now. And it's a lot of information. I may go over 5 minutes, but bear with me on that. So we'll start the CWD history. There it is. To start any kind of history, you kind of know the person that really started looking at it closely. And the person that looked at it closely, and she classified this disease in 1978, and get to the next slide, but 1996, never, I'm going to go back here, Jason. You'll have to be aggressive. This is her quote. And this resounds, this is 26 years ago. This resounds to until today. You'll have to be aggressive, remove all sources and all potential movement, cut wider and deeper than you ever think necessary. The deer will come back, but you'll get one chance. If CWD gets widely established, you'll have it for a very long time. That's Elizabeth Williams, 1996. Unfortunately, we took a blow in 2004. Elizabeth and her husband died in a car wreck near Fort Collins. And so we lost a valuable asset in the battle against CWD at that time. And my colleagues will agree with that. So in 1978, Dr. Williams was the first to classify CWD as a TSE. This was a few years before Stanley Prusiner, he won the Nobel Prize for this, discovered the infectious agent was indeed a prion and not a bacteria and not a virus. Protein, technically not living. RNA, DNA, nothing else. The first case that we think we know of was in 1967, 55 years ago. Did it start in a research pen there? Some say yes, some say no, but they did have deer in the research pen that they didn't know what was wrong with them. Neurologic, couldn't figure it out, and they died. And then Beth Williams took over from there and eventually classified what they had as CWD. And then I'll show a map later that shows that focus area, and that's probably where it came from. It could have been started with scrapie, is a sheep form of TSE you've heard about, transforming into CWD in deer. And these things, TSEs have strains and they change, and they can cross the species barrier at certain times. Not all the time, but certain times. And different animals have those, as Levi's told you in the past. Wyoming, 1985 and 86, they had the first wild deer located with CWD. So you're already back there 37 years ago. Nebraska, 2000, Southern Panhandle, near Sydney. I was actually involved in that cull. All states early on, when they first got a detection, would go in and sample deer to see, do we have something really bad, or is it just, are we going to find it? We didn't find it. I take that back. They did find one, but no other ones for a long time. And that's the way CWD operates. It operates at a low level at the start, and then over time exponentially increases into, it balloons. It balloons up into something that you can't hardly believe. courtesy of Brian Richards, USGS. This is the North American current. This is April, but it's similar. Hasn't been that long ago. It'll be updated soon, but that's the picture into Canada down into the contiguous 48. The gray are wild free-ranging deer. The yellow dots are depopulated captive cervid farms. The red dots still have CWD at the farm. And it's kind of hard to see, but then you can also see the black in the Colorado area. That's the core area where it started, we think. Getting into Kansas now, the sample that we take for CWD surveillance is the retropharyngeal lymph node and or OBEX. Usually we just take lymph node for deer because that'll work for deer. If we have an elk, we need both because elk don't deposit prions in the lymph node as fast as the OBEX and so forth. It's kind of complicated, but we put that in formalin, a preservative. The people that collect these samples are taxidermists, processors, individuals, our staff, private submissions, which have been increasing over the last few years. Private submissions are those folks that pay for their own testing. So K-State is nice and they share some of that data with me. I don't get a lot of the biological data that I would like to get, but it shows me those positives and not detected. The test we use currently in Kansas is IHC. That's taking the lymph node and slicing it, staining it, and looking under a microscope. It's labor intensive, but it's a gold standard. You don't miss anything. Very seldom do they make mistakes. If there's a mistake made, it's a staining error. And we had a staining error at the Maxwell. We have a Maxwell herd and we test all those cold animals every year to keep the population down. A staining error threw up a red flag. We're going to have to depopulate. We got suspects. Well, they ran them through NVSL at Ames. I requested that. This is serious. We need to know. And Ames said, no, they're not. They're not positive. And so they reversed that. But K-State has been right 98% of the time or more. Okay, so that 1985-86, people were in meetings. They're talking about CWD. Okay, what's Kansas going to do? Well, Kansas in the 90s starts a little bit of surveillance. Lloyd Fox started all this and with some of his seasonal help, I suppose. But you'll notice the numbers there are really low. You're not going to find CWD when you have a low prevalence with these kind of sample size numbers. And I told Levi as a joke in 99, it looked like Lloyd collected one because he was afraid of Y2K. And 1999 was supposed to shut down everything. He probably figured it wasn't worth it. But then he kicked it back up again at 323 in 2000. 2001 is red because that's the first CWD case in Kansas. It's not wild. It was a captive bull elk in Harper County. KDA, and I have lots of good things to say about KDA, lots of good things. They moved in fast and got rid of that herd. We blanketed that area with sampling for 9, 12 years or more and still do. Never found it. It never got outside the wire. So thanks to KDA, they stopped it. They gave us 20 years in the south central part of the state, which is now with the wild dispersals and other things, that's going away. Keep that in mind there. And there it is, Harper County, 2001, captive bull elk, traced out of Colorado, brought in, was positive. And a lot of them, as I'll show you, a lot of these animals are asymptomatic. You don't know moving them around unless you do a live animal test. And live animal test isn't sensitive enough to catch them all. So that's always been a problem and still is. So we're moving on, found that one. In these 9 years, USDA APHIS vet services, they're the APHIS group or services group that handle domestic livestock. Wildlife services handle animal damage control and diseases and that kind of stuff, but vet services does the domestic side. They gave us $250,000 every year to do CWD surveillance in Kansas to find out how bad it was. We never used all that money. We had to deobligate a lot of it back, but we used it. In 2005, it took us 3 years after that. We got that money to find it. We found it in 2005 in Cheyenne County. It was a doe, 2.5-year-old. And the best guess, it came in from Nebraska or Colorado. That was a natural deal. We were pretty sure of that. So, and then in 2006, and I'm going to probably review some of these as they go, but 2006, we didn't find it again. And this is statewide sampling. This is 2,300 to 2,900 samples a year, which is a roughly 2% of the total take a deer in Kansas. But still, it's quite a few, and you can get it. But we didn't find it. And then 2007, then we found it in 3 bucks. So from there, I'm going to start showing those. There's the Cheyenne County positive 2.5-year-old whitetail doe. First free ranging, they were all bucks, 2.5, 3.5, 3.5. Decatur County, north of Oberlin, 2007. 2008, we added Rawlins County to the list with 2,685 samples. In 2009, we had 15 positives, and we added Thomas, Logan, Graham, and Sheridan.
I have a question.
Sure.
In that 2009, did you not sample those 3 counties to
Yeah,
the west?
good question. I forgot to clarify that. These are all just for this surveillance year. I'll show you the cumulative all infected counties at the end.
Okay.
These are just what we found in that surveillance year.
Okay.
Okay. 2010, we added Sherman, Norton, and Smith. So you can, the picture is this. You're seeing it creep east, and you'll see it creep south. And one thing you need to understand, this disease spreads geographically, and the prevalence increases locally. So, and exactly what we see, you'll see the high prevalence in the Northwest, and you'll see the hot spots flare out from there into other areas. And they will become just like the Northwest in 25 years. That's the best prediction without any intervention. 2011, Wallace, Ford, Trigo, Stafford are added, 8 positives. 2012, we no longer got the USDA funding, or USDA Vet Services funding ended after the 9 years. We switched to W39, just like all of our other programs, and to make it efficient and probably use the money wisely, we did 1 zone a year. So there's 5, I created 5 CWD surveillance zones, and we did 1 zone a year. And so 2012, I started in the north central area with 425 samples. And we found 7 positives, and we added Ellis County. So we're always adding, it seemed like we were always adding a new county the more we did surveillance. And we're finding that with 425 samples. We're no longer grabbing 2,600. You know, we're finding it with fewer samples. That's worrisome when you do surveillance.
Hey, Shane, could you just kind of briefly describe what the W39 is?
W39 is our federal aid. If it qualifies, birds and mammals work with that, surveys, disease. We expend our money and we get 75% back from the feds. We cannot operate this agency without federal funds. Just can't do it. So we have to report everything we do to the feds to make sure everything's in line and the money's spent right. So is that?
Yeah, just so they knew what the W39 reference was about.
Okay, yeah, thanks. 2013 was basically, we're finding it in the same counties, but I wanted to throw this up here. Michael Hopper has a gift. He can take photographs. He sees photos. He can take photos like you can't believe. This is world-renowned photography. This picture here has been used in books, publications. 23rd of October, 2013, Sherman County, positive by Michael Hopper. And I don't want to try to stray off course, but it seems like a lot of the clinicals, and this deer was at the end of its life, A lot of them head to structures, their fences, their buildings, their water. I think they know they're in trouble, so they try to get away from the predators, coyotes, that kind of thing. But once again, the Sherman County box, there's one animal that's Michael Hopper found it. And then Curtis Meyer and Wes Sowards and Patrick Inman sampled all of these animals. And this is a picture from 2013, the Rawlins County one. Michael Hopper, the deer is CWD positive, but it also had a brain abscess. So we don't actually show this picture too much as a representative of CWD because brain abscesses, as you all know, cause neurologic behavior as well. But up against the fence antler in the wire. Wes Sowards took this, and when they get clinical, they wander around. They just don't have their marbles, and they'll run into fences. And this one got tangled in a fence. Nick got in there, and once it started struggling, then it just wrapped around the neck. That was the March 2013 Gove County one. One there in Gove. 2014. Meade, Hodgman, Pawnee, Kearney, Gray, Scott. We start doing, this is South Central, Southwest surveillance, and I got funding from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through a special non-traditional grant to do 2 zones, South Central, Southwest. So then we start finding it in the Southwest. 2015, basically a similar story, but it's going eastern. It's in Jewel now, Smith and Phillips. Once again, 2 zones, Northwest, North Central, funded by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. 2016, 542 samples, 13 positives. All of these had been found before. Eastern zone sampling. I'm in the Eastern zone sampling harvested killed deer to find CWD. We're finding it over here in sick and suspect animals and vehicle kills. When you have the disease showing up in sick and being detected in sick deer, the prevalence is high because they're visible on the landscape at that point. If you only have a couple, they're going to go undetected. Predators will take them out and so forth. That's a good indicator that it was getting bad at that time. 2017 South Central, Finney, Rush, Nass is added to it. 18 Hamilton, Pratt, Osborne, first time in Pratt, and doing Southwest surveillance. 127 positives when you start really seeing the exponential nature of the disease. 562 samples, 127 positives and we were sampling the Northwest. We'd like to give a plug to Mike Beckman Taxidermy. If we didn't have his help, we wouldn't see this picture. We wouldn't find him because we just don't have any other taxidermists up there. Mike's been a really good help, good partner in this. In 20, we start the Missouri CWD study. So we're going to find a lot more when you have a lot more sampling. 2,877 samples, 186 positives, 40 counties at this point. 2021, we go to 48 counties, and that was this past season. So we're entering the 2022 season. And now we find the sparks flaring up in the east. Those eastern cases will look like the Northwest in 20 years. That's the best thing I can tell you without doing anything. And we'll talk about that stuff later. 190 positives. Known infected counties, and Warren, here's your map of total. 58 counties is what we have as of today that are known to be infected. That's anywhere from one sample to, I think the high was around 70. For Decatur's the lead on that, on the number. I guess it's right there, but it's so small I can't see it. But altogether, we collected 33,312 samples since 1996. This map shows the clustering in the Northwest and moving east. Clustering in Smith and Phillips now. It's going to get it bad there. It already is. And then southward and then east. The 95% CWD prevalence confident intervals for hunter harvested bucks. So I take out the sick, I take out the vehicle killed, surveillance zones based on last year's data. Northwest is between 24 and 45% prevalence. So on the 45, you flip a coin. If you harvest a 2.5-year-old buck, flip a coin, it'll have CWD or it won't. And then 25, 38, and then when it starts out, it's 0.1, 0.7. You have to get 458 samples to find 1% prevalence. But after it's so high, you don't have to take that many. You can do confidence intervals with fewer samples.
Are they statistical or?
Yeah, this is a Wilson score index.
Okay.
Calculation. I don't have the picture of showing every year confidence intervals where you could compare significance. If confidence intervals overlap, they're not significant.
Yeah. But in the Northwest, do you extrapolate that to say that 24 to 45% of the herd would test positive?
No.
Okay.
Bucks are more susceptible to CWD.
Oh, this is a buck.
This is 2.5-year-old bucks and older
Okay.
So it also includes 3.5. Taxidermists collect the older.
But to that category, that would be a true statement, 24 to 45% of those two.
That's what the math says. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
And then I had to use 2020 data for the South Central because we didn't find CWD in the South Central last year, this past season, but it's 0.5 to 4%. The more samples you have to a point, you can narrow those confidence intervals down. I wanted to kind of get to the end here, and I wanted to show, these are deer from 2009, 10, 11 in that area. These are all asymptomatic. They don't show symptoms of CWD. These are positive deer. Most of our CWD deer are asymptomatic. And the United States, other states have shown sick deer as a representative of CWD. Well, the representative, you can't tell. And these are all giant trophy bucks of a lifetime. Rawlins County, Decatur, another Decatur, Graham, and they all gave me permission to use those. Most deer infected with CWD appear healthy without outward symptoms during 18 to 24 months. They have the disease. Once they're infected, they'll exhibit symptoms towards the end, the last few months. The classic symptoms, that drooling in the Mike Hopper photo, drooling, emaciation, lack of fear of people. Surveillance and monitoring for this season, we're going to sample the South Central Zone, our agency. So I recruit those taxidermist processors I can get. Then the University of Missouri does the rest of the state. When I have enough samples, like 458, when I have that, Missouri will actually move into the South Central and collect too. They want to get as many as they can for their spatial analysis. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Shane. We have a quick question for Shane, otherwise we'll keep rolling. Jason, would you please, if you don't mind? I'm going to keep this brief because you've heard a lot from me and it's time to let other folks talk, but just to kind of give a quick review of what's going on in Kansas.
Just a second.
All right. So you've kind of seen this with Shane, but you know, this kind of shows the progression by date. And I'm going to show little bit of information, some plots about population stuff up in that northwest corner. Units 1, 2, 3, 17, 7. And then we've also got in Decatur and Sheridan County, we've got kind of a core CWD area population survey too. These are going to be hard to see, but we're not too worried about what's what. Just to give you an idea, it's really complicated. Things don't always occur what you think it would be. We don't weren't necessarily set up to sample specific to measuring the effects of CWD with our population surveys. And as current, some of the just recent research has come out, you don't necessarily see what you expect all the time. There's a population in Colorado that they observed that the population size stayed stable, but the age structure was changing. And so just kind of, looking back at our data clear back to 2006, it's back and forth. Probably the biggest one that really all kind of falls in line across all those things is that lower left corner, which is the fawns per 100 does. We're seeing a major drop in our fawns observed during our spotlight surveys. So that's definitely, an issue going forward with populations if we're not replacing individuals. And then we're seeing changes, in the percentage of yearling bucks we're seeing. Some of that's also related that you can see some pretty good variation because, and it's not shown here, but the changes in the number we've seen over the years have definitely, kind of decreased the overall number we see. So that, percentage that at one point might have been, 5 out of 20. Now it's, you get the same percentage, but it's 1 out of 4. Bucks per 100 does, it's gone down. We've seen in many cases, but that's upper central on the right, upper right grouping. That's that area that's specific to that CWD core. So maybe it's a case that, we're seeing an effect in does now in that core area. Densities are all over, although we've certainly in the last several years in a couple of cases seen kind of a precipitous drop. Some of that may be disease related. Some of that's probably that fawn survival catching up that potentially could be CWD related. It could be that it's our management actions trying to mitigate CWD because, we've kept doe harvest higher in that northwest corner of Kansas to try and increase that take of deer that are infected to get them off the landscape. We certainly don't want hunters to be consuming those deer, but that's our best tool under harvest in Kansas right now for populations. But we still, even with limiting doe harvest in Unit 17, are seeing some similar changes that are maybe not, we'll see in another 5-10 years whether or not those will match what we've seen at the same time up in Unit 1 area. We have started collecting some more research work to get data that we've needed. Kansas hasn't really done a lot to collect even baseline data, so we had to do that initially just to be able to tell where we're going and whether or not we're being effective. And so we recently completed a collaring study that many states would have completed a decade or more ago, but we needed to get it. It's definitely got us a lot of information that we needed, and we can go from there now. We've also got that MU study that is increasing sampling for the year, doing some modeling. We kind of hope that that'll help us to identify areas that maybe we need to discuss targeted actions to help minimize spread, because those are areas that are, kind of a nexus for deer naturally spreading it throughout an area. That's the place that maybe we can focus some targeted work. Other things that they're helping, we changed recently our proof of sex requirement so we no longer require a head to be attached to a carcass, so that hunters can voluntarily leave the worst parts of the carcass in the field. And they can do that in a way that, you know, maximizes the amount of meat they can take, but still leaves that worse pieces out there where they occur, which is the best case short of confining this to landfill, which also isn't necessarily that there's even a best case. It's just that that's the two things that have been worked out as ways to kind of contain prions. We did a human dimension survey specific to CWD. Finished that up at the end of 2000. Had never done that again. That'll be a key thing going forward, that we repeat that every so many years to, you know, see if we're seeing changes, or at least self-reported changes through that. And then we started a marketing messaging campaign, Take Aim at the Spread. Brody's going to talk a little more about that, so I'm not going to say much there. But, you know, we still have a long way to go. We've got several things that we could take into account. Like, you know, most states around us have had a import ban. You can't bring a whole carcass into the state. Many of them have restrictions within the state of transporting whole carcasses. I'm a lot less neutral than I was initially on baiting, now that there's a lot more science behind that and reason that shows that that's definitely a problem. Not to mention there's more stuff coming with that talks about other problems that aren't necessarily CWD related. But there's more and more coming on that, you know, is probably something we're gonna have to address. It's gonna be a hard choice. It's been tradition in Kansas, and it's hard to buck tradition, but if we want to maintain the ability to hunt deer, we're gonna have to talk about that. We don't have a way to do targeted type removal stuff, even through harvest incentives to hunters and things. So we've got to discuss a way to implement that. That's probably not, you know, we got to make that play with our current systems and permits and look at changes there. We may have to look at changing management unit sizes or breaking those down farther, or different things like that. We've just got to consider. And while we do this, our stronghold for mule deer are up there in that northwest corner. And, you know, that's a population we're highly concerned about. And how do we work that in? So we still got a long way to go, but, you know, we're going to continue to work, and we're going to look at potentially other ways. We're going to look outside of Kansas to look at what other folks have done to try and learn there. Our history of deer management, we've kind of always taken let's see what somebody else has done and then figure out where they screwed up and not make that mistake. We now have an opportunity, other than, you know, Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska, really we've got to make our own mistakes going forward, because we don't, you know, we're on the forefront of this and not able to sit back and watch very well. And so that's a difficult thing. And I'll admit, we're going to make mistakes, but at this point, if we don't make a few, we're probably not trying hard enough. And as Brian Richards, which is a USDA or USGS CWD expert, says, if you're going to move the needle, you've got to swing for the fences. So that's what we're going to have to try to do now at this point. Warren?
Two questions, I guess. First, would you characterize the problem as concerning, serious, or critical? And then, depending on your definition and the quote we saw earlier, are we being aggressive, wide enough, deep enough?
Which part of the state we talking about? Because that changes depending on where you are. Okay. Northwest Kansas, you know, we're probably reaching critical stages there. We've got to do something. Mm-hmm. It's also potentially that it's, you know, where we are now is time to learn how to live with it. It's there. We're not going to eliminate it.
But if we were to take that area, then if we were to be more aggressive, what would those actions look like?
It's probably going to have to be looking at what ways we can specifically target hotspots, because even up there, it's still not an even distribution. How can we incentivize harvest in those cases? How can we get people to take more deer in those spots where it's really high? That may be, other states have done replacement tags, get folks out there. Capacity is an issue in our agency to deal with this. We don't necessarily couldn't able to go in there and, do our own removals. That's one where, we still have deer there, even with that high number or high percentage of prevalence. We may have to discuss what exactly wanton waste is in that case when you've got such a high prevalence rate too, which is, kind of a scary concept from a wildlife conservation standpoint. Is it going to be, hunting for the sake of disease removal in some areas less than it is for, meat? Testing is still an issue, getting that done. Some cases, Colorado's currently trying a case where they figure out kind of where the range of, percentage of bucks to does in the population type stuff. And rather than doing anything terribly drastic, they're going to just manage towards kind of the bottom end of their goals to try to keep it down that way and suppress it. It's a tough one. Now, when you change it to Eastern Kansas, we may be able to, we've got a lot more options because it's earlier. That's what makes the Northwest critical is it's gotten to the point where we're running out of options to deal with it.
Levi, you mentioned earlier, I couldn't tell whether you were encouraging or discouraging the consumption of those does that we've increased the number of permits in the Northwest.
We don't want people to eat a sick animal by any means. But we do, hunting's still our best tool across the landscape scale to get those animals off the land, out of there. And, by that sense, it's important to test all those, before you consume them. I mean, we strongly recommend having all that tested, but we definitely don't want people eating sick animals because, we've not had a human case that we've known of for sure, but similar to BSE, mad cow disease, it's a low proportion of the population that will get sick from that. But boy, it really sucks if you're in that proportion.
Well,
So,
if you're concerned about it, there's a fine line to walk between discouraging consumption and staying quiet about it. That's the biggest problem. If, certain states, if lose a tremendous amount of money, us maybe a little, but if it ever jumps to humans, we're screwed. And so I think we have to walk a fine line. We don't want to discourage the public from harvesting deer because that's our best tool. We don't want you to say, go out and shoot does, but don't eat them.
Yep. That's why we would encourage testing. It's not necessarily a food safety test, but it's right now the best thing we've got to work with. And you're right, it is a very fine line to walk. And it's tough because a lot of the way this disease presents itself is it's contradictory and from what we've normally learned for, conservation.
How many hunters actually test?
Not nearly enough.
Yeah.
We're harvesting across Kansas 75 to 85,000 deer a year, somewhere in that range usually. And, we're getting, 2,900 samples in a high year.
Yeah.
And some of those are sick and roadkills and stuff like that too, not necessarily hunter harvest.
But the problem there is that the lag time between tests and results are impractical for a hunter. I mean, if you want to know as a sportsman whether your animal tests positive, you've already got it processed in your freezer long before you have any idea. And from a research standpoint, we could live with that delay. But from a sportsman's perspective, it's just prohibitive and it renders it less valuable.
Yeah, and that's one of the another one of the struggles with this. They are working on different tests, but it's slow in coming.
Tagging on to that thought is the approach that, well, I'm in a butcher at home, which I've gone back to doing, so I don't have hundreds of dollars invested in the butchering, but if I read something correctly, my butchering boards, my knives, that there are still potentially traces of those prions that I have brought back into my house regardless if I throw that meat away. Is that correct?
Shane Hesting, Wildlife Disease Coordinator, Wildlife Parks. It is in some ways, if there's meat left on a stainless steel blade, there'll be prions there if the animal was infectious. If the blade was clean and then put in 40% bleach for 5 minutes, that'll do it. That'll clean the knife. But it has to be completely clean of any debris and tissue.
So cleaning, you've got a wood cutting board, stuff like that. You're gonna bleach them really hard
Yeah.
and hope you've got it all.
Bleach
Of
is
the
hard on
cracks.
stainless steel, so if you're using your granddad's knife, wash that off when you're done bleaching it. But that will eliminate the prions on a clean metal. 40% bleach, 5 minutes.
And we talk about the risk of processing your own deer, but in the big picture, it may be more helpful to CWD to process your own deer than pick it up and haul it. So, yeah, you're at risk, but it may not be as big a problem as moving deer around.
Levi, I may be jumping the gun here, but somebody may be talking about this coming up, but if you would just kind of briefly outline the timeline for if somebody harvests one in the field, want to get it tested, results come back. Where are we at with that timeline now?
On our best times, including shipping and turnaround for the testing process to results, the very best we've ever had is a little over a week. Typically, it's more like 2. COVID and staffing issues in a lot of labs have also pushed that to, we had hunters last year that ended up waiting a month. And that's one of those, again, the capacity issue that maybe is not in our own agency, but it's one that seriously affects us. And so I know some states have taken to providing, funding if they had it to actually help that there. So that's, they're working on tests that will be quicker, can be done in other places, but those, they've got to be, designed and to work well. And then they've got to also be, proven to do what they say they're going to do. I think at this point, it'd probably be good to move to Jason, just so we get through our folks, if that's all right. So Jason's going to give us a regional, kind of a neighboring state perspective, kind of a look from outside in.
All right, thanks, Levi. Hopefully everyone can see my presentation and can hear me okay. So yeah, really good discussion, and so many of this, reminds me of many of the discussions we've had with our commission and stakeholders over the last decade about how do we deal with CWD. Shane showed that kind of iconic picture of the Kansas buck. This picture that we have here is one that is similar for us in that in 2012, when we first found our first free ranging positive, this was adjacent to the captive facility and is a deer that turned out to be positive, eating at a salt lick, and very similar kind of neurological situation. So anyway, I'm going to provide you guys a little bit of a view of the Missouri approach to CWD management and talk about some of the things that we've been considering and some changes that we're looking at making. Our history, like many others, surveillance began in 2001, sampling sick deer. Time period of 2002 to 2004, with increasing concern about the distribution of CWD across the country. We mobilized staff to meet processors across the state in that time period and collected about 22,000 samples. And each one of those sampling areas there, the goal was to collect at least 200 deer to try to do what we could to detect the disease at relatively low prevalence. In that time, we detected no positives. 2007, 2011, we kind of transitioned to more of a slightly more relaxed sampling strategy in which we sampled a third of the state each year, very similar to the approach that Shane laid out for you guys. But the gist of it is that we collected about 30,000 samples prior to 2010. And then in February of 2010, we confirmed our first CWD positive in a hunting preserve up there in north central Missouri in Lynn County. October of 2011, confirmed it in a second big game hunting preserve in Macon County. These two facilities were owned by the same individual, so it's likely that animals were moving back and forth. Both facilities were depopulated. At the end of the day, they detected 11 CWD positive animals. And then in January of 2012, in response to that CWD captive facility, we did some pretty intensive sampling, hunter harvested sampling, those kinds of things, and detected 5 free-ranging CWD positive animals within 1 mile of that Macon County Preserve. And in one of those deer was that one I showed you a picture of at the very beginning. So a little bit about the history here, and Shane showed the present day map of what the distribution of CWD on the landscape looks like, but I think it's important to show the context in which we found our first CWD positive in 2010. So you can see that one single red dot in north central Missouri. Saw ourselves as a little bit of an island, certainly far from where it was established endemically in free-ranging populations. And so took Beth Williams' comments really to heart to try to very aggressively manage the disease. At the time, we didn't have a formal CWD management plan, but I had been working on a draft plan, and so obviously the detection of it created some sense of urgency to get it finalized. But ultimately, we landed on a CWD surveillance and management approach that really highlighted the need to detect the disease as early as possible in new areas. One, that our surveillance was sensitive enough and intensive enough to monitor prevalence and distribution in those affected areas. And ultimately, our goal was to do all of this in a way that it would inform the application of management to limit the further spread, and then try to do our best to provide accurate and relevant information to our stakeholders. And I'll go back to that third bullet. All of our surveillance, and we'll talk about some more of the intensive surveillance, has really been designed to help inform our management actions. We had, as Levi talked about, the opportunity to watch others make mistakes or at least gain experiences. And so in 2012, we're sitting here watching the different approaches that Wisconsin had taken compared to Illinois. And knowing that in around 2007, Wisconsin changed their approach, really backed off of some of their intensive targeted culling efforts, some of their intensive harvest management approaches. Many of you may recall they had an earn-a-buck program, a number of things trying to really drive populations down. And at that time, they stopped. And so you can see the divergence. Illinois continued on a under-recognized, in many cases, targeted culling approach. They kind of kept their heads down and just really kept digging away at their localized outbreaks. And so we viewed the Illinois approach at least as a model that potentially could work for us. And so as we move forward with our management strategies, was really on the heels of what successes Illinois was seeing. And really doing a lot of this because we knew the outcomes were somewhat certain. I mean, it's not rocket science. We know 3 things about CWD. It kills deer. Over time, it increases in prevalence and it increases in geographic distribution. And this graph really shows, survival rates of collared deer in Wisconsin. So the blue line is the annual survival rate of a CWD negative animal. That orange line is the annual survival rate of a CWD positive animal. So the fate is certain, and certainly going to have a significant portion of the population dying before they normally would. Shane showed you some of the changes in prevalence that you guys are certainly seeing in Kansas, and I wanted to show this too as an example of how prevalence increases over time. And this is in north central Iowa County in Wisconsin. So again, that benefit of the experiences of others and what are we hoping to try to avoid. You see there in 2002, their first detection, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 5%. 2016, if you expand these numbers out to present day, they're in the neighborhood of, again, 50+% of their adult males testing positive for CWD and seeing significant geographic change in distribution. So all of those things really solidified in our mind that we needed to take aggressive action. And so we've done that through targeted culling, through liberalization of regulations and other things. One of the additional things that we have done is that in 2016, we were coming off of a couple of additional positives outside of north central Missouri. So we detected the disease in Cole County and then in Franklin County. And this was really the first time that we detected the disease outside, again, of north central Missouri. What it did, though, was it raised a lot of questions amongst our stakeholders, the hunting public, our commission, as to do we and has our sampling been intensive enough to truly understand the distribution of CWD on the Missouri landscape? And so in the fall of 2016, we initiated a CWD management zones, and then we went to mandatory sampling. And the goal here really was to increase our confidence of the distribution and increase the probability of early detection of CWD sparks. And so if we're going to be successful with a targeted culling approach, your best chance of being successful is as close to the time that CWD finds itself in a particular location before it gets established, either in the population or in the environment. And so really using this mandatory sampling on opening weekend of our firearms season to help drive and inform where we go with our targeted culling approach. So why mandatory sampling? Again, best way for us to understand the distribution of the disease, early detection of those sparks or new core areas. We define a core area as a 1 to 2 square mile buffer around a CWD positive detection that roughly catches the home range of those individuals inside of that area. And then during no other time period could we, get a sample size of 18 to 20,000 deer in such a short period. And so we, in the last 3 to 5 years, have been collecting in the neighborhood of 30 to 35,000 samples statewide, with the vast majority of those occurring within our CWD management zones. But again, we would not be doing that intensive a sampling at all, nor would I recommend anybody do that intensive a sampling unless it's being used to really inform those management interventions. And for us, in this case, it really is, where do we do targeted culling? How intensively do we do targeted culling? And those kinds of things. It's been successful so far. So I would say that our history of surveillance, without a doubt, has proven out to allow us to detect the disease in very early stages of infection, relatively recent to the time since introduction. And then the application of our targeted culling approach in those very, very small geographies is certainly, at this point in time, limiting prevalence, but it is not limiting geographic spread. Well, it's probably slowing it down. I'll restate that. It's probably slowing down geographic spread, but we are continuing to see it affect larger areas. And this is a very similar pattern that Illinois has observed over the nearly 2 decades of them doing targeted culling. With very intensive localized management actions, you can, in fact, reduce prevalence, but it does slowly spread through time. And so here's another location, St. Genevieve County. This is south and southwest of St. Louis. We detected the disease there in 2017, so it's a more recent detection. Although the geographic distribution of this disease, once we detected it, was a little more widespread than the Macon County area. And we are seeing slightly increasing prevalence there, although it's relatively low. This is a place where it does appear that we may have had a number of introductions of the disease, or we were a little later in detecting it from the time of introduction. So real concerns about the spread of the disease in that location. And I'm not here to offer any quick solutions, because there are no easy fixes, and everybody likes to ask Siri or go on YouTube to find solutions to your problems. But when we do that, there definitely are no miracles that are going to occur when it comes to CWD management. And to be honest, the choices and decisions before us are extremely challenging. So I'll talk a little bit about some of those discussions that we've really been trying to work our way through. As we look today at the distribution of CWD in Missouri, there's no doubt that it's being repeatedly introduced. We have some movement of the disease from other endemic areas like Arkansas, potentially sharing some there on the Missouri border with the recent positive you guys found in Bourbon County. But for the most part, it's likely being moved into the state, either through the movement of confined cervids, which I don't think there's any doubt the positive in Macon County as a result of that. But our other detections can't be necessarily explained solely by the movement of confined cervids. And so certainly have a lot of questions about the movement of carcass parts, which you guys were totally talking about. What are we doing? What are we unintentionally doing? And then the questions of other products. So we've chosen to really tackle filling some of those holes in the bucket, trying to minimize risk of new introductions. In 2014, the commission did approve a ban on the importation of deer and elk. We were subsequently sued by the confined cervid industry, but in 2018, the Supreme Court ruled that the Conservation Commission, in fact, had authority to put those regulations into place. And so they remain in place today. On the carcass movement front, we around 2009, 2010 had actually implemented interstate restrictions. And so whole carcasses were not allowed to be imported into the state unless they went to a meat processor or a taxidermist. And then in 2019, I think we moved forward with an intrastate movement restriction. So whole carcasses cannot be moved out of our CWD management zone counties unless they go to a meat processor or a taxidermist. And then we also added the requirement that the processors and taxidermists must dispose of their parts in permitted landfills. So again, a little bit of risk mitigation here. We were trying to minimize the impact to our hunting public by still allowing them to move animals to processors and taxidermists, but we also didn't want those processors and taxidermists inappropriately disposing of carcasses and potentially creating hot spots in other parts of the state. And so again, that's part of the reason why we allow them to continue to move, but they can only go to a permitted landfill. Part of our approach also, Levi mentioned the discussion around increasing harvest regulations, the challenges with baiting and feeding. One of our approaches to some of these discussions really is, let's try to not make it worse. These are not silver bullets. They're not going to make CWD go away, but let's at least try to ensure that we as humans aren't doing things that potentially make the disease worse. And so with the detection of CWD, we essentially put a 25-mile circle up any county or a 10-mile circle. Any county that touches that circle, we prohibit feeding and the placement of salt minerals that's intended to concentrate deer. We still have allowances for folks to put up bird feeders and other feeding type stations if they're done in a way that excludes access to deer. We don't have or have never, we've not allowed baiting for the take of deer and other wildlife in Missouri since the late 1980s. That was a rule that was changed. The baiting and feeding culture never really took hold here. So we certainly find ourselves in a different place, but we have in fact, again, prohibited the rest of that recreational feeding in our CWD management zone counties. in our CWD management zones, we certainly liberalize regulations to try to allow additional harvest, whether that includes additional antlerless permits, additions to the antlerless portion of our firearms deer hunting season. We also have the antler point restriction. We have a 4-point antler point restriction in some counties that really was intended to protect yearling bucks. Our approach is to remove the antler point restriction so that we're not protecting those juvenile males, that especially those that are prone to long distance dispersals. The last thing we want to do is, at least we're not telling folks they have to shoot young bucks, but we didn't want to have a regulation in place that said you can't shoot them, especially with a segment of the population that we know tends to disperse and could represent again another way that the disease spreads geographically. We've also gone so far as to add additional opportunities for landowners or their designees to harvest really any deer, but primarily antlered bucks during the hunting season. We allow our Missouri hunters to harvest 2 antlered bucks, 2 during the archery season, 1 during the firearm season, but no more than 2 in total. But as we implemented our targeted culling approach, one of the things we heard from landowners was that, will give us the chance to shoot some additional deer too. And really, we have very liberal antlerless harvest opportunities. So really, that meant the opportunity to harvest additional bucks. And so we issue CWD management seals to our landowners inside of those core areas. And it's a little yet to be determined, really. We've been doing it for a while. I don't know that it substantially increases the number of deer that we're getting harvested, but it certainly has given landowners a tool, and then, helped ease, I think, some of the concerns around agency, based target culling that occurs after the hunting season. Certainly, questions about, what hunters think about our CWD management approach, right? We've removed the antler point restriction. It was a super popular regulation. It's been successful recruiting bucks into older age classes. We have tremendously high harvest pressure. And so really, really popular regulation. This ban on feeding, certainly the carcass movement restrictions, all these things that could be perceived as very negative or potentially negative to the hunting public. But consistently, when we survey our hunters, 83% of them last year said they do agree with NBC's work to limit the spread of CWD. And we have enough hunters affected now with mandatory sampling and other things. This represents a significant number of individuals who are actually impacted by the disease. And so I think with clear and effective communication as to what it is we're trying to accomplish, we are maintaining support amongst our hunting public. And so you can see there the somewhat disagree and strongly disagree is a very minority of our hunting public. Challenges as we move forward. I mentioned the disease being repeatedly introduced in the state, and there's no doubt about it. Our surveillance approach continues to allow us to detect the disease at relatively early stages, but we're seeing geographic spread outside of those areas. You can see there in north central Missouri, that Macon, Lynn County area, started out with a couple dots on the map a decade ago, and it is definitely slowly spreading, although prevalence is low. I mentioned the St. Genevieve County, they're south of St. Louis, where we see, pretty significant spread across that geographic area. So we're trying to, to figure out how we minimize the introduction of the disease into new places, but then also the realization that the outbreak of CWD in Arkansas and certainly on our northern border in Iowa are having an impact and are going to impact the way that we manage the disease. So we're in the process actually of updating our CWD management approach to give consideration to some of these areas in which targeted culling is not sustainable for us. We do have the luxury of having a relatively large staff, and allows us to do things that others can't. And I fully recognize that. But there are limits to it, and we are really pushing up against that limit of staff capacity and capability, but also recognizing it in some of these places, the geographic distribution is large enough that our additional targeted culling approach is going to be very limited in its opportunity to be successful. So places like Berry, Stone, Taney County, and in South Missouri, we are giving serious consideration to what are some other approaches. Levi talked a little bit about how do we incentivize hunters to take additional deer. And so we are talking about some changes to our approach to recognize that a one size does not fit all in this scenario. And I guess I would advocate for you guys to consider that too. Arkansas is recognizing that. You see that little dot over there kind of in northeastern Arkansas. They're taking a different approach to management around that detection than they are kind of that core area around the Buffalo River. But certainly concerns about the continued spread of it in free ranging populations at our borders, but continued concern about spread of the disease within the state. So real quick, a few conclusions. Early detection, intensive target culling certainly appear to be limiting prevalence, but it's still spreading geographically. The spread is certainly disappointing, but our very, very intense long history of surveillance is allowing us to detect it at relatively low prevalence. It's unclear, again, the cause of some of these widely dispersed positives, except for the fact that I think we are probably introducing it unintentionally through the movement of carcasses, potentially through unknown movement of captive cervids into new places, and no doubt potential for long distance dispersals occurring, especially as we see it in more and more deer within free ranging populations. Work to minimize, opportunities for new introductions, in addition to the trying to limit it where we know it is. In general, our hunting public is supportive of our approach. There's always going to be a few squeaky wheels, but in general, we've been able to pretty successfully continue to move forward without significant resistance. And then another really interesting thing is that, coming off of the 2012 hemorrhagic disease outbreak, we had some places where deer populations went down pretty dramatically. And so some may have correlated. It also happened to be in some of our places where we detected CWD. Some may have correlated the declines in hunter attitude to be related to our CWD management approach. But as we actually kind of teased some of that information apart, it really appears that hunter attitudes are more closely tied to the deer population size than it actually is our CWD management action. So I think, again, general support and understanding that CWD is certainly going to have long-term consequences and effect on the population, and our hunting public is willing to do some additional things to try to protect this extremely valuable resource. And another message for us, really, despite the fact that we've detected it in a whole bunch of places, and you look at the CWD management zone, it might say, well, half the state's in a CWD management zone. Well, that's true, but CWD is still relatively rare in Missouri. We're still in the neighborhood of less than 1% in those counties where the disease has been detected. And so the vast majority of the deer that hunters harvest are not going to have the disease. And so we're trying to continue to say, yeah, this thing's bad and we need to pay attention to it. We need to work hard to try to minimize its long-term impacts on the Missouri deer population. But that our efforts are, at least to this point, still keeping it relatively rare. Again, cannot reiterate the importance of the close working relationship we have with all of our stakeholders, whether it's meat processors, taxidermists, our hunting public, landowners, and certainly greatly appreciate the dedication of our staff to do this. This is not easy work, whether it's taking opening weekend to send 700 of our staff out to do sampling, or it's the long cold nights of doing targeted culling through January, February, and March. Or it's every time they get out of a truck at a gas station and somebody wants to talk about CWD. It's certainly an important part of the work, and our staff are really doing their level best to maintain support and also allow us to move forward with management actions that have some real significance. So.
All right, thanks, Jason. Any questions? Otherwise, probably want to talk Matt.
Jason, Troy Spoor, I understand that your testing procedure is mandatory check stations.
Yes, on opening weekend of the firearms deer season within our CWD management zone counties, we do require hunters to present their deer for sampling. I say that very carefully. We require them to present the deer for sampling. If it is an adult buck they're going to take to a taxidermist, we allow them to go ahead and take it to the taxidermist. In most cases within our CWD management zone, I'd say 75% of the taxidermists there are individuals that are collecting samples for us as well. So that is the bulk of our CWD sampling. As I mentioned, it's 18 to 20,000 deer per year. What I didn't share with you is our other network of meat processors, taxidermists, and actually freezer head drops, and which we collect nearly 10,000 samples outside of our CWD management zone county. So we are not solely focused on continued detection of the disease inside of the CWD management zone, but also continue to try to keep our eye on the ball to detect it outside of the zone as soon as possible.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we'll have Matt Dunphy to.
Jason, just start the presentation. I had a cool video I was going to show you of the progression of the disease across the state, but y'all have seen that. And for the sake of time, I want to make sure we leave opportunity for y'all to have some questions or have some questions answered. So just want to give some credit to these three organizations right here that are responsible for me being here and getting to work on this disease. Whether it's a good or bad thing, not sure if I should thank them or persecute them right now, but either way, their dedication to this as NGOs and funding this little organization called the CWD Alliance is why we're here. It's why I'm here, and the mission of the Alliance is to disseminate accurate information about CWD. My focus and the focus of the work we do is basically enabling state fish and wildlife agencies to do their job well. So given the time we have this morning, I'm going to bust through some stuff here pretty quickly because I want you all to ask some questions. So let me start with a couple slides, and I'm going to pause and I'm going to invite some questions for you all, and we'll see where those questions lead us. If I have some other slides to show relative to that, I'll go ahead and do that. So you've seen a lot of maps. This is our version. That's what CWD looks like as of about 6:45 this morning. These data come from state fish and wildlife agencies and provincial agencies who enter their own data into an online ArcGIS program that we just started. All of this information I'm talking about today can be found on the CWD Alliance website. We have a host of these maps that reflect a lot of data relative to CWD being regulated, where it's at in the country, the regulations, importation bans, and so forth. So the orange is where we found it in wild cervids, the blue highlight areas where we found it in captive cervids. 30 states, 5 Canadian provinces, Norway, North Korea, where the disease has been found. We've had about 4 states in the past 8 months that have been added to the hopper. It goes through fits and starts. We have years where we don't have anything. We have years where we have 5 or 6 states, but it's moving across the landscape.
I got a question already. Oklahoma has nothing, and yet it borders all around. Are they doing anything different?
This is a really good question. Keep asking them like this, because what that highlights is one of the challenges with this disease. Very different perspectives about its risk, about its meaning for deer populations, and how a state fish and wildlife agency or state agricultural agency approaches it. Oklahoma has taken different approaches to CWD, although recently they're, like a lot of states, reassessing how they have approached it. So you make a good point about this map that I really want to highlight. Just because we don't see it there today doesn't mean it's not there. One of the truths we've, correct, or we just haven't picked it up yet because the testing has been insufficient. One thing I can tell you about every single state or county or game management unit that has found CWD is that the common knowledge today is the first one you find is not the first one that was there. Take this stuff seriously. Now, my thoughts at dealing with this from a biological perspective, as well as answering a lot of questions from the public and getting a lot of media interviews, is that this disease we underestimate as being only a biological disease. This isn't. We've all lived through something in the past few years that's similar. This is what academic eggheads like myself would call a biopsychosocial disease. There's biological parameters, there's personal parameters, what's in our own brain, then there's parameters about what us and our people think. All of that melds together into a mess, frankly, for state fish and wildlife agencies and others to manage. And if you underestimate any single one of those aspects, the biological imperative, the personal interpretation and meaning, or the community opinion, you're probably going to be less than successful. To emphasize that, a couple things that I deal with all the time, which you guys probably do as well. I think this quote from Margaret Drabble sums it up. When it comes to telling hunters this is safe, when it tells to eat the meat, when it comes to telling the public this is okay, it always comes down to this. They ask me, if I eat positive meat, am I going to get the disease? What I have to tell them is this really stupid, squishy, sciencey answer. It's like, well, to date, we have yet to detect a single case where it has transferred to humans. They say, no. Will I get it? Or in the case of last year, a father of 2 kids, one 2-year-old, one 4-year-old said, we just had backstrap and I just got my test results in the same night. It's positive and I just fed my kids this. Are they going to be okay? You ever try to deal with a dad at 9 a.m. at night that's panicking and tell him this squishy answer? So what it means is whether we're talking about that or we're listening to a podcast with somebody who believes this is all a hoax, the problem is this disease is so challenging from that psychological perspective because we can't give them solid answers like we can on other infectious diseases and say, here's what your risk factors are, here's how you probably get it, here's how you recover from it. We have to say, we're pretty sure you're fine, but there are some other diseases in this family that will kill you, like mad cow disease. Recognizing that as an agency, I think is really important when we think about regulations, restrictions, and how we communicate to the public managing a disease that in itself is really, really hard for an agency. Remember, always fatal, really long-lived. A doe can pop out a couple fawns while she's infected. So the delay of us seeing an impact can be like a decade. That's really hard for people who live from season to season. It's hard for public to understand that healthy deer there just tested positive for an always fatal neurological disease. Okay, this environment is really impactful and we have to take all those aspects seriously. The other thing that I see all the time that's a real problem is that this disease does not work the way that human brains work. So as social psychologist Dr. Jonathan Haidt noted, when humans argue, we don't argue to discover truth. We argue to defend an emotional response. And if you have a deer camp that goes back 3 generations, all of which have an ethos of no shooting does, quality buck management, and you go in there and you tell them, yeah, all that's wrong, we got to do the opposite of all that. We've got to reduce populations. We need you to start hunting does. We need you to start taking young bucks because buck prevalence rates are twice that of does. That doesn't register. What they fight back with is, but this is what me and my people have done and believed. Nature is neither kind nor unfriendly. It's simply indifferent. And we have to recognize that when we're trying to manage this, we are coming up against that sense of righteousness. So in many cases, we have to acknowledge that and then retrain the North American traditions and history of hunting where this disease is introduced. Why it's so important, you all probably know, you've heard today, because hunting, or let's say, let me zoom out a little bit, removing animals from the field is the only way we have ever effectively managed this disease. This is a non-living agent, remember? We're talking about a protein about 240 amino acids long. It is incredibly teeny. You can't find it with a microscope. You can't grow it in a petri dish. It acts like it's alive, but it's not. You can't burn it out. All of the mitigation aspects we've done in the field generally don't work. So removing animals is the only way we can address this disease. So hunters, those with whom their traditions most contradict what we need to do, are really our only avenue. So let's recognize that's a system we're working within. Rather than being upset at that, we've got to work with it. Jason gave some good evidence, and I'm going to show a little bit more here about how you can do that. And recognize when you get information back, when you hear from people in the field, that righteous upsetness doesn't always translate to action. We now have evidence that hunters do kind of get over it when they recognize, okay, we're doing the right things. And I'll give you a preview. There's basically 3 messages that we know work. When we ask hunters, when we test messages that get their compliance on doing management actions, 3 things kind of win them over. Number 1, this is for healthy herds. We're fighting as an agency for your public trust. Healthy populations. Dr. Mike Portouche with Colorado Parks and Wildlife recently finished a study. I believe it's available online. A couple more are going to be published in a few months that document these three things. So healthy herds. Number two, fighting for opportunity for future generations, making sure there's deer and healthy deer herds for future populations to participate in. And then number three, that we do have that this disease has yet to transfer into humans. It is relatively safe based on what we know, and we have a test that you should use to test your animal. And then if it's negative, go ahead and consume it. Those three things tend to work really well, but all of those address some of those psychological issues that hunters have. And those kind of messages repeated over and over tend to work. Okay. Any questions pop up about that?
Wait, has it spread to any other species?
So chronic wasting disease is one of a family of things called transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. I won't say that again because I might get it wrong and who cares. But it's a family of those diseases. Different, let's say, genres of that disease affect different species differently, which is one of the weird things about chronic wasting disease. In other words, it doesn't transmit to cattle, but cattle have a version of it. The cattle version is susceptible to humans. So chronic wasting disease, basically, it's a disease of cervids. They're the primary ones that get it and are impacted by it. It's the cervid version, it's the deer and elk version of this family of diseases that are kind of sprinkled about with that different variants affect other species. So we're talking about deer, elk, caribou. So it's basically deer species, ranger for species are the ones that are impacted by it.
The occurrences in Norway, Korea, are those related to what's happening in North America? Or is that a separate morphing of a
Awesome
TSC?
question. To give you another spongy answer, we're not really sure, except in the Korea case. We know that happened from a transfer of a captive cervid individual from a positive facility to a zoo. So that there's a handful of cases where we know that, or where we've documented moving live animals that are infected does reintroduce the disease to new areas, but it didn't get outside the fence there. So that's just sort of that one incident. Norway is a real stickler because they found it so prevalent in a large population of reindeer in the country. Did it happen spontaneously? It's really challenged a lot of how we think about this. Did it happen spontaneously? It just kind of morphed because there are other versions of something that look like it that are not infectious. There have been a couple moose in a couple of areas in the world that have gotten a disease that looks like CWD, but it wasn't transferable to others. It was a neurological brain condition. So how it got into Norway is a question to date we don't have a solid answer on. Whatever the mechanism is, though, what we do know is here in the States, the mechanism of movement is primarily between wild or infected cervids moving to new areas, largely young males, spreading between family groups of does, and the big one is the human movement of live animals across the landscape and or infected carcass parts. Okay, I'll throw a few other things at you. So this is small, but this represents basically 3 time periods going back to the late 90s up into today. You can see sort of the colors that show up. The darker the color is, the older it is, the lighter the color. That's the more recent it is. Bottom line is it's the same thing we've been telling you up to now. This thing spreads. Jason said it very well. We know 3 things. It's always fatal. When it's introduced, it will increase in prevalence. And number 3, it will grow in geographic distribution. We only know that because that's what it's done nearly every single time. There's only 1 or 2 instances where we just got lucky, where a positive was found, intensive management was applied, and it hasn't showed up again. New York is one of those examples. It's really the only one, though. Everywhere else, the same pattern emerges. So my thought is, okay, it looks and sounds like it probably is. This is what's always going to happen. A couple of other things that we've learned. I want to reinforce some of the points that were made today. A nuanced approach is probably better. This is data that comes from Colorado. I'm going to use Colorado data not only because it's a neighbor to Kansas, but they've been looking at this disease for probably the longest of anybody else actively managing, collecting data. Though it's inconsistent over time. If what this basically means is, see those yellow, or excuse me, those red arrows, 1%, 5%, that's prevalence rate. So the percentage of individuals in a population that are infected. If you'll notice, below 5%, and look at the year axis there on the bottom, if you keep it at a low prevalence rate, the disease spreads or increases in prevalence very slowly. Once you break that 5% boundary, and maybe, depending on species and geographical area, maybe between 5 and 10%, everything starts to go crazy. It spreads faster, it goes to new areas faster, it increases in prevalence faster. And folks, to date, we have not seen many cases of natural stabilization of this thing. We thought it might happen. Wyoming was our great control. They kind of decided to see what would happen. And what happened is just continual increase, kind of following this curve to where we now have places in Wyoming and places in Wisconsin that have more than 50% prevalence rates. It means more than 1 in every 2 deer in wild populations. So that's what's going to happen. So what this means to me, and what I hope I can portray to you, is that when you look at a state like Kansas that has a lot of positive counties, but different prevalence rates among those counties, there are probably different actions to take. I would encourage, where you have prevalence lower than 5%, work the fastest and hardest to keep it there. Because once you break those borders, things get harder and you're going to have to take harder actions. Jason referred to targeted culling, things like that. Oh, that's me. Targeted culling isn't really popular. However, like in this case, if it's below 5%, what Colorado decided to do, is alluded by Levi, let's just manage our herd to kind of the bottom end of the population range. If you want to keep animals at a certain range, you can manage for the high end or the low end. Let's go for the low end. If it goes higher than that, you're going to have to do something more drastic, like move hunting seasons more into the rut so we harvest larger bucks. This is, if you look at these data real quick, this is kind of why. This graph is a little bit difficult to read, so let me explain it to you. Both groups of those columns represent 2 time periods, okay? The early time period is when prevalence was fairly low. The one on the right is when prevalence was higher. Over time, if you looked at the total population numbers, if you just looked at the numbers of individuals, you'd say, oh, the population is stable. It's not going down. CWD isn't impacting it. But look at the change in the distribution. This was also verified in the whitetails in eastern Wyoming and several other places. Once you get above 25, 27% herd-wide prevalence, population impacts do start to happen. Numbers go down. More importantly, the entire age structure of the population changes. Old age classes, particularly in males, start to disappear. In anecdotal cases in Colorado, we've seen the 5+ age class of males just vanish when prevalence gets really high. So it's an argument like with trophy hunting. If you say, hey, if we target the older bucks, we're going to lose trophy hunting opportunities. If you don't, wait long enough and they're going to disappear anyhow. So these are some things that we know that tell me, and I'm going to pause here after this point, tell me nationwide, and now that we have 20, 30 years of monitoring under our belt, we have to take serious actions about this disease. And we have to be committed to using surveillance data, which I think is a big key. A lot of money needs to go into surveillance. You can understand what the prevalence is. And if we use data like this, and we use management level thresholds to apply management techniques, we can tell our hunters, listen, we're not approaching with this thing with a sledgehammer. We're looking carefully at the data. We're doing what wildlife management agencies are supposed to do, and use science to manage healthy populations. So help us keep it low. Bring your animals in for testing. Help us maintain healthy herds and opportunities for the future. And in areas where it's more significant, we can use these data to tell them, we need your help more than ever now. We need you to take a few more deer. We need you to harvest a few more does. We need to extend hunting seasons into the rut a little bit more to reduce some of those individuals that have twice the prevalence rate. Those kinds of things. So let me pause. I see some wheels turning. What questions or concerns do you have at this point?
Did you say is there testing in all 50 states? Is everybody participating in this or in your alliance?
So the Chronic Wasting Disease Alliance, we don't do testing. Basically, I help with information management with state fish and wildlife agencies. But the question on testing, the answer is yes and no. Across the nation, since 2000 and when was the last time we had aphis farming? 2000 teens. There was a period of about 2004 to the mid 2000 teens when there was federal dollars available for testing. Most of that went to states that already had CWD or were adjacent to CWD. And some of the states that were sort of on a third tier out there didn't do much testing at all. As far as I know, every state has done some, but many states have stopped because they don't have dollars or they're not as concerned. And many states have very different testing rubrics
based on, frankly, mostly available funding and political support.
Okay, I saw Canada had it. Does Mexico have it?
The CWD, they haven't found it as of yet.
Okay.
So ways to think about this with surveillance. Colorado is a good example. They recognize, since this is so expensive and the disease moves so slow, they require mandatory sampling of different regions. They break the state into 5 chunks so that every region gets sampled once every 5 years. And the results of that sampling trigger management actions that are based on prevalence thresholds. Therefore, it's cheaper to do. Not all hunters feel burdened, and there's not this crush of samples and testing that happen every year. Other states have different rubrics, as Jason explained, but that's something that I'd recommend you really think carefully about in Kansas, areas where you have potentially high prevalence, areas that's fairly low, areas that don't have it at all, so you can figure out where those management strategies need to occur.
Where's this data available? Is it on your website or?
This data that I'm showing from Colorado Parks and Wildlife is available off the Colorado Parks and Wildlife chronic wasting disease website. I would highly recommend looking at their recent management plan. I was part of that process. I think it incorporates some of the best available science and is in line with the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies' best practices on CWD. And it has a lot of these data I'm showing.
Matt, one of the differences obviously between us and Colorado is public-private percentages. You know, we're at what, 1.9% public land, which means we're dependent on our landowners. When you've worked with other states, what have you observed in states that are closer to Kansas's situation with reliance on private land management? Can you address that issue and any guidance that might be wise for us to consider?
Yeah, so there's some good examples and bad examples out there. And by bad examples, I don't want to imply that wrong actions were taken. It's just we didn't know anything better at the time. So we know in states like Wisconsin, one of the things that caused that inflection break that Jason showed in his data was that the agency took a eradication position. Back in the days, we thought that might be realistic, and sort of mandated that certain numbers of deer have to be taken off of certain places. Some landowners, because they weren't part of that process and it was still early in the disease, said, nope. So what happened is those properties became, all the deer went there. And those became basically high density focal areas of CWD. So we know if you don't involve landowners, it doesn't work well. Missouri, as Jason was showing you, did the opposite of that. Lots of education and coalitions with landowners. Tennessee recently did this. When they found CWD for the first time a few years ago, one of the first actions they took was to form a landowner agency and conservation organization committee. It's like their own little alliance where they could talk about, hey, how do we get into properties where we're finding these diseases? How do we get sampling? How can we as an agency make your lives easier here? How can we incentivize you to participate? And that process allowed, frankly, in many of the counties down there, they have a lot of big landowners down there where CWD was found. Those landowners volunteered to open up their lands for research for the agency. This didn't happen in Wisconsin. This hasn't happened in other states when they've taken more of a, we've got to jump on this thing hard, just do it. So I think Jason and his team have also done a really good job with bringing in landowners, state agricultural departments, farm bureaus, ag groups, and saying, here's what we're dealing with. How can we work with this with you? Spending a lot of time showing them the data, the surveillance data. So it's not a nice, clean answer, but the point is it requires the agency to work hard to get landowners on board and hear their concerns and provide incentives for their behaviors. I can't emphasize that enough. Whether it's landowners or hunters or taxidermists or processors, we have tried mandating stuff. We've tried just setting regulations and ordering compliance. It has not worked. So stop it. So what would be my advice? I mean, do you want to be right or do you want to be effective? So the aspects of this disease, we want to be effective. So incorporating those stakeholder groups is absolutely critical.
So a couple of years ago, Wyoming established a working group program where they had outfitters and guides and processors, and you know what I'm talking about. It was a pretty diverse group of stakeholders. Did that process for them, and I think it took them I think it was 1 year they did it, not 2, but was that process effective for them in improving their management?
The result is that they are now managing where they weren't before. So before, Wyoming was doing very little to manage the disease. It was more just let it see what happens on the landscape. They've been able to pivot that position and start doing some of the active management that many other states are doing. So that's a good example of where that can work. This is what Florida Parks and Wildlife also did to get their new CWD management plan, is they stepped back, they brought in guides and outfitters. I was there at the table. It got ugly sometimes. No, not all the times. Every meeting it got ugly. But we all made a commitment that, hey, we're in the room here. We're going to lock ourselves in here for a day. Everybody's experience is valid. We know that your livelihood is on the line, but we also know what this disease is going to do. So let's figure this out. And that process too in Colorado took a year or more. And some might say we were wasting time and having all these meetings, but at the end of it, we had a bunch of advocates, or at least people who were like, well, I can't say anything against it. And they backed away, which sometimes is the best thing possible because they're not actively fighting against you in the governor's office.
Who bears the cost of the testing?
Varies. There used to be federal dollars available for that. There isn't anymore. So mainly it's on state fish and wildlife agencies. Okay. There's a couple of weird cases where state ag departments sometimes chip in, but not very much. Mainly it's state fish and wildlife agencies.
So if a hunter was to get a test and he sends in his test, he does not have to bear the cost of that. It goes back to.
Oh, I see. No, so I'll amend what I said. In a surveillance program where there's mandatory testing,
right,
the agency bears that cost. However, let's say like in Colorado, if you're in a section of the state that doesn't require mandatory testing, but you want your animal to get tested anyhow, you send that to the CSU diagnostic lab and it costs you around $25. Okay. So if it's voluntary and not required by the agency, but you as a hunter want to do it, there's several testing labs around the country where you can send it, and then the hunter bears that cost.
There was a federal bill, wasn't there, that for CWD management that was been in the works?
It's creeping around. Yeah.
Is it still out there that would help that?
We
funding?
drafted that almost 5 years ago, and it was a revision of a draft that we drafted almost 12 years ago. It's slowly getting its way up. There is some more dollars there, $30 million available to state and tribal agencies to help with some of that. I'll be honest, folks, the problem with Congress has always been, remember this psychosocial thing? Is we go to Congress and they say, well, how many deer herds have disappeared? We go, well, none, but man, does it look bad. Okay, how many people have died? Well, none, but we're not sure. Congress goes, we got other fires, people. Figure it out. So I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's how it goes. So there's always some policy in place. What I would encourage, though, is not to depend on federal funding. If you get it 1 year, it does not mean you're going to get it next year. And over the last 10 or 20 years, it's been very, very patchy. And we have yet to find a consistent way to get those dollars for CWD management.
Thank you.
Other thoughts or questions?
So what do you consider the three top goals? Eradication is not anywhere near the top, right? We already learned that. So is it limit geographic movement? Is it the surveillance? I mean, what are the top three?
So there's a couple ways I would answer that. The first is a change in social values. So here's where the end of my presentation. Currently in hunting culture, again, the reason we focus on hunters is because this is a disease where hunters are the only thing we've got. So this is our tool. This is the image. This is the idea that's embedded in outdoor media, that's embedded in my family, embedded in a lot of families. This is the thing to go for. This is the thing to manage for. First step to me is we change the narrative to this. So rather than we have trophy animals, we have healthy deer herds, and hunters are a part of that. This is where agencies, their NGO partners, and others can work. This, if the reason I focus on this, because in my opinion, if we do this, everything we want to do afterwards becomes easy. So that's step number one, is that narrative we need to push as a wildlife management culture, as a hunting culture. The second thing is that we have to recognize this is a disease we live with. With the tools we currently have, there is no way to get it off the landscape. There's no way to vaccinate animals. There's nothing we can do but live with it. The good news is that if we keep prevalence rates low, it looks like healthy deer or cervid herds can continue to live on the landscape. So our goal comes down to live and manage with it. So that would be the second thing. The third thing would be nationally, or sort of at a state level or national level, wherever the money comes from, we focus most of our attention on the areas where the disease pops out earliest. So places that we currently don't have it, increase our surveillance. Places we've just found it, make sure our management actions are really surgical and on point. That way, over time, it's going to require less dollars and appeals to our hunters to do severe management actions. We can keep our management more passive, lighter, and less significant. That would be my three things. But we have a bunch of experts here, and I've been dominating the conversation. Anything, Shane or Levi, you would add?
No, Shane Heston, Wildlife Disease Coordinator. I think that sums up for me right there. We've spelled out, if it's new in an area, you have to cut wider, deeper immediately, or it's not too hard to figure out. Once it's been there a while, the environment's contaminated. So even if you do surgically move all those deer, put them back in, we know this because they did that in captive cervid farms, where they thought they cleaned the pens and then they put the animals back in there and they all got sick. So once it gets to be like the Northwest, we need a different strategy for that place compared to the East right now.
If we accept the fact we're going to have to live with it, and we're still concerned about humans consuming infected animals, and we know from only 2,000 tests out of 75,000 deer harvested, a lot of infected deer getting consumed. So how do we deal with that?
Yeah. So my answer to that would be, you do what you're currently doing and you make it really clear and precise. We do not advocate the consumption of positive animals. Therefore, get your animal tested, whether it's mandatory or if you have to submit it and pay for it out of your own pocket. If you're in a CWD, hunting in a CWD positive area, that's what you do, full stop. That's what you recommend. The reality is that people going to do what people going to do. I've got a handful of images from test labs around the country that have notes on samples that say, if it's positive, don't call me. Or if it's positive, make sure if my wife answers, you don't tell her. So people are going to do what they're going to do. So ideally, everybody gets their animal tested if they're hunting in those areas.
But the involvement of the hunter, I mean, we heard from Missouri, their conclusions are that majority of hunters support actively managing the problem. So I'm wondering, and then hunters are also important in the process of harvesting additional deer. But as we heard earlier, when they do test, they've already spent the money to have the deer processed before they get the test back. Is there some way, and I'm not suggesting we fund the test necessarily or pay for the processing, but for someone that has a positive test, and maybe I'm asking these guys kind of as a policy thing, do you incentivize them to go out and get another deer so they can have one for their freezer that's not infected?
Done in other states that you replace the tags.
Okay.
So it's something we discussed.
Okay.
I think at this point, after wrapped up, I'd really like you guys to get a chance to hear from our field staff here. I think we'll go ahead and start Kurt way down at the far end. Just give kind of a couple of minutes since we're down to like our last 10, 15 minutes. What's your scene? What's your long? Like I said, Kurt Hudson, Lieutenant for District 1 Farmer. Michael Hopper, Mike Hopper has taken 108 samples since January 1st, 2019. These are samples that he's found the deer. And actually, you put the deer down where it was already down and taking the samples. And we're talking Mike's district is 3 counties: Wallace, Sherman, and Cheyenne. Borders, Rawlins, Thomas. And when you talk about, we get the call of a sick deer. Unless we're in the middle of something, we try to take that call. We drive sometimes in our own district, an hour and a half to 2 hours to get from one side of the other. So the time frame looks like, anywhere from an hour to 2 hours to find the deer, if we find them, to take samples, to procure samples, to get them all taken care of, to help the landowner if we need to help removal of the carcass. I have multiple wardens that take samples to try to find these deer. It is a monotonous task, and it is time consuming. We've only got 27 wardens for the whole western 2/3 of the state. And so when you take upon just the price and pace to try to help take these samples, because the biology is even thinner. And you take issues from landowners, guys who purchase land for strictly trophy hunting, to guys who run outfitting businesses. They want to know what's going on. You see today, I don't have the answers. Can this be transmitted to me? I don't have the answers. There is concern, but it's going to be just like you said, there's going to be an uphill fight. No one wants change. But in my district, it's coming whether we want it or not. And the manpower is, we'll put the time into it. It's a long task.
Go ahead, Kevin. Let's do that. So like I said, my name is Kevin Clack, District Wildlife Haulers, Northwest Kansas. And on that map that you looked at earlier, that area Northwest Kansas, where you can hardly make up the county lines with so many CWD positives, that's basically my district there, Northwest 9 counties. Part of my experience has been landowners calling, public calling about sick or dead deer. A lot of times, yeah, they do seem to be in your structure, in your house or barn or something like that. Just poor body condition, weak, creepy head, stuff like that. I've seen bird baths, dog bowls, you name it. Other times, they seem so weak or disoriented that they can't almost figure out how to get out of where they are. They'll be where just a corner comes together on a barbed wire fence. I'll get a call from the landowner saying there's been a deer standing there for a day and a half. It's just staring at that corner like it's stupid to get out. I did have a number of examples of different calls I was going to go over, but for time's sake, I'll probably skip those. Basically, a summary of all that is that these animals that are dying from CWD, those are lost opportunities for hunters. And even with all the calls we respond to when you sick and dead deer, I think the vast majority of these animals that have CWD, when they die, we don't hear about it. They're getting picked off by coyotes or they're dying out in the field, and we don't know. So even though we are getting a lot of calls, I'm not getting many as we would expect given the prevalence in my area. During hunting season, I do talk to quite a few hunters. I try to encourage them to get the deer tested. I encourage them, especially if you're out of state hunter, to bone out their deer or at least check other states' regulations, because Kansas is one of the few states that doesn't have some kind of carcass movement restriction. So not only am I trying to prevent it from spreading with that, and I don't want to get them legal trouble either. Trying to be a good neighbor to our other states who do have restrictions and don't have CWD as high prevalence that we do up northwest yet. I do think that locals and people who hunt in the area are becoming increasingly concerned about CWD. And I think a lot of that is due in the part they're just seeing sick deer or they're getting results back from the deer that tested as possible. And some of them have expressed concern or they kind of question if they want to continue to hunt deer in that area. And I don't think they're stopping hunting deer, completely. I think they're probably moving a little bit further east. As far as what I'm seeing in the field, I definitely see fewer return bucks now than I was even 5 years ago. And talking to hunters, I haven't heard a whole lot of positive comments from them. We're kind of hearing the same thing. They're not seeing near mature bucks. A lot of them are saying they're even seeing fewer deer, and we can show some of that with their data, but Levi said our stuff isn't really set up to monitor effects of CWD necessarily. But I do feel like I am seeing fewer mature bucks, especially among our mule deer in that area. The education campaign we're doing is great. We definitely need to be doing that. I really wish we would have done that 15, 20 years ago. So we would have already had support for regulations and management of CWD rather than just monitoring it as it spreads across the state. That's one of the questions I get, when I talk to hunters, like I make all these recommendations and ask, well, what are we doing about it? And I don't really have a lot to tell them other than we're monitoring. So I think anything we can do to slow the spread is going to be worth it.
Do the prion get it in the soil from blood? Did you get it in the soil through decomposition of high risk material like the brain and the spine, or do we know?
From what I've read, it does. I don't know, she might have more to add to that from the studies that I've seen and read. He talked about how there was a captive facility that depopulated all their animals or removed them from that pen. And then they put animals back in there and named them contractors again. So it does seem to stay in the environment, whether that's binding to the soil or plant material. And that does seem to be the case.
So if you have a block and tackle out on the farm, or some rack where you hang deer year after year, if you had a positive animal, there's a good chance it would be in that area from dripping of blood, stuff like that.
Seems so, yes. Like Shane said, you can try cleaning your equipment, bleach, and that's going to help quite a bit. But yeah, once it binds to that soil, I don't think there's much you can really do. But that's why we highly recommend not transporting deer from the northwest area further out east or areas that have lower prevalence, because you don't want to be moving, especially that spinal column areas where the areas where CWD would concentrate. I was talking about an example earlier where I had someone call about a dead deer in their yard, Rollins County. By the time I got up to the landowner had already left for work, and I went to his backyard. It was in town, in the city of Atwood. I collected samples from this animal. I try not to move the carcass, but when it's in someone's backyard in town, they're not going to be very happy if I leave a cut up deer fertilizer tomatoes. So in that case, I did triple bag it and bring it to the landfill. But that deer probably did shed some CWD in that yard, but there's nothing that can really be done about it once it's there.
Okay, we're gonna, just because for time, Brody, apologies, we're gonna skip you just because you're talking this afternoon during the commission meeting, but I really want to wrap it up with Kent. He's probably got a wealth more of experience with this over more of a time period to really tell. So I'd really like to just wrap up with what Kent's seen.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Kent Hensley. I'm the Cedar Bluff Wildlife Area Manager. Been in Cedar Bluff for 31 years. So I've seen the highs, I've seen the lows. Initially, when I started working there, was one of the primary reasons I went there was Cedar Bluff was world class deer. People would often ask me, "Is that a chance to kill a open young deer?" I'd say, "Yeah, but you might kill a world record." I mean, it was phenomenal. Very good year. We enjoyed that all the way up to 2000, early 2000s. After that, especially during the drought, up until the drought in 2012, we maintained deer densities of say 30 to 40 deer per square mile. After 2012 and CWD being found in Truth County in 2010, 2011, our population dropped to about 20 deer per square mile, which is where we've been since about 2012, half of what we were. So population-wise, we've seen a major reduction in the herd just on Cedar Bluff. So, extrapolated out, we went from 600 animals to approximately. Not just that, one of the interesting things was in the early 2000s or early 90s, there was probably 75 to 100 mule deer on Cedar Bluff or right adjacent to. Again, shortly after 2010, 2012, population made a sharp decline, and I have not seen a mule deer on Cedar Bluff for 15 years. And in the last 3 years, I have not seen a triple in treatment camp. So can't point all that to CWD, but there are some issues out there and definitely declining deer populations in those areas. With the densities decreasing, the hunter numbers usually follow suit. Early on, in the early 90s, it wasn't uncommon, even during the draw years, when everybody had to go for a tag, that we would have 100 rifle hunters at Cedar Bluff opening. Now we're probably about 30, 40. Just because we don't have the deer. It's one of the common questions that I get is where are all the deer? In terms of one of the other things that I see quite often are carcasses leaving the property. We are strong advocates. Our local staff advocate for deboning deer, leaving the carcasses in the field, and there is more hunters that are starting to do that. It's much easier on the hunter to put 50 pounds of meat in your backpack and walk to the pickup versus trying to, drag 150-pound deer back there. So we are making some strides on that, but there still are carcasses that I see going back to Sedgwick County. I mentioned Sedgwick County. Our rifle hunters right now, probably about 80% of those rifle hunters are from Wichita, from the Sedgwick County area. So some of my concerns is when I see the carcasses go back, it's, what is there now? So it'll be interesting. I noticed that Shane's next sampling is for South Central, so that'll be interesting. One of the other things that I saw was that Bourbon County had a new contact this year, and for 15 years, I had a big family group of 10 to 15 bow hunters, rifle hunters. Not saying there's any connection that I went to Cedar Bluff from Bourbon County. So all in all, going forward in my eyes, Cedar Bluff, we're living with it. We're in the high prevalence area. We'll never be a destination location for trophies anymore. They're just not there. To shoot 3.5 and sometimes 4.5-year-old deer, but to get back to where we were, it's not going to happen. And most of our locals and hunters have understood that and are either leaving or moving east to hunt somewhere else. So all in all, whatever we can do as a state to reduce distribution to the east, whether that's maybe some kind of carcass restriction or whatever. Once it gets in your backyard, and you should see the effects of what we've seen out west. We'll all wish we'd have done something. So, other than that,
know we're at our time, but I'm sure the panelists will hang around the questions. It's up to the chairman and the
Yeah, if the commissioner have any questions.
I know our overall non-resident applications have increased, but have you seen shifts in what units that those non-residents are applying for?
Definitely. They, early on, well, going back to when we kind of went into the current system back in the late 2000s, units in Northwest, Western Kansas definitely had a lot of interest, and now a lot of that has more shifted to the southeast part of the state as far as applications per specific units.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good ideas about how hunters can help kind of manage the problem. Do we give, or could we give to every licensed deer hunter a sheet, help us fight CWD that lists a lot of those things: clean your tools, debone in the field, don't transport, all these, because I guarantee you 80% of the hunters out there really don't know what they're dealing with and how to help management. Likewise for landowners who actually try to manage for a healthy herd. There's things landowners can do. For example, we've never allowed baiting on our ranch, but some landowners do, because they have hunters come in from other places. So that kind of education would be helpful too, But if we expect people to go find it, it's not gonna happen. So we got to get it to them somehow.
That's some of what we'll talk with Brady this afternoon, Brody this afternoon, sorry. About that messaging campaign and how we're kind of steps in that. Key is getting that in front of people. And we've even discussed it regionally about how we can, get specific information in front of, hunters that come from Nebraska and not Kansas versus Kansas hunters that go to Nebraska or Missouri or whatever. There's some tricky rules as far as sometimes sharing different information, but we know which hunters are coming from. So, we target those specific folks coming to try to get that, especially non-residents. It can be, we can work on getting that mail right there with their tag, send them that way. Residents, we have a lot of options on the way to get tags. So it'd be trying to work ways to do that. Maybe, we may be able to just send a mailing to folks and get it to them, provide other stuff. We probably need to talk about incorporating pretty good information within our hunter education courses now too. Not hunter safety, it's hunter education.
Right.
And having, as we learn more about, and not even just trying to waste them, probably not hurt to help folks understand how they're part of that. So, yeah, there's certainly ways we just have to explore, find those routes to do that.
Well, we'll have an opportunity to reflect on questions we may have. Brody may get to answer a plethora of different things. To summarize from my perspective, first of all, I see baiting in the crosshairs. You'll have a lot of hollering about it, but I think it's something that enhances the risk, probably enhances the risk as much as captive cervids, which are the second thing we can maybe do something about. I feel after today, I'm more educated, but just about as perplexed as ever before. And when you're dealing with people who don't want to believe it, the science is soft and spongy. We can't prove anything by, we got a general idea. In fact, we have more than a general idea. But when you're trying to deal with the legislature on captive cervids, for example, it's not going to be easy to do. And captive cervids are not under our jurisdiction. So those are things we're going to have to deal with. I appreciate everybody coming today. And if you have questions, you might hang around. And I think it's time to conclude this meeting. And we'll be back here for the formal meeting at 1 o'clock.
And to the commissioners, Commissioner Sill has sent some questions at a time. I would encourage you, if you hopefully have questions coming from today, to pass those on to me, and we will work on getting a written response to Commissioner Sill's questions and yours put together and sent out to you. So it's just be a thank you.
Do you have another copy of that?
Hey, Jason, can you hear me okay? Hey, Jason, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, it's 1 o'clock. I want to welcome everybody. I want to call this meeting to order. I would like to encourage guests to use the sign-up sheet. If we have names and addresses and you become involved in the discussion, it enabled Sheila to be able to have a more accurate reflection of who said what. So I'd like for you to use the sign-up sheet. At this meeting now, we will have the introduction of commissioners and staff, starting at my far left.
Troy Spore, Oakley.
Bill Escarino, Garden City.
Lauren Quayle, Sill, Hutchison.
I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Sheila Camus, commission support.
Jason Dixon, commission support.
Brad, excuse me, Brad Lovelace, Secretary Topeka.
Stuart Gerard, Brett.
Dan Riley, Chief Counsel.
Okay, are there any additions to the agenda?
No changes.
No changes. Then I'd like to have a motion that the minutes be approved unless someone has some additions or corrections to those minutes.
I'd move.
I'll second. Commissioner Sill.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
At this time, we encourage and welcome public comment on non-agenda items. If any of you would have anything you'd like to say to the group, please come up to the microphone. State your name.
Norman Mantle.
Got quite a few items. Want to show you this. Look at that picture at the bottom, and what's wrong with it?
They're petting the deer.
They're restraining, they're interfering with the wildlife. I've called Fish and Game on that. They were hauling that baby deer around in the swath for 30 minutes. You don't do that. You're interfering with wildlife. They're not domesticated animals. So are any of you aware of this? It's happened over in Onega. I called the Fish and Game Department enforcement, and I don't know if they followed up on it. And the woman that publishes this Kansas Country Living, she thought it was all right. You do not interfere with wildlife. This is not a domesticated animal. Something needs to be done to these people that are doing this. In other states, Kentucky, they're restoring elk, and they are shooting them with paint guns to make them aware that humans are a threat to them. So to your enforcement people, I hope you guys can do something. Another item I got. About this commercial farming and stuff, raising birds, pheasants, that's wildlife. They got them in pens, they're restraining them. You do not restrain wildlife. That needs to go away. This fishing and hunting guiding services needs to go away. You're interfering with nature. You're selling wildlife. You do not sell wildlife meat parts and stuff. It's against the law. Why is it legal to chum fish, yet not deer? People are putting out feeders. I know where it's happening. About these jet skis and stuff at the lakes. What are we going to do about these reckless drivers? These young people have no idea, no concept what it's like to be on a lake. They are causing problems. They're interfering with other boats. I have seen this jet ski operator. He even run into his own little sister. He run in front of a pontoon boat. I understand you guys are short on money to enforce that stuff. He even went out to the point on Lucas Point at Wilson Lake and was hitting them boys. Do we, as people, private citizens, should we be taking videos of this and turn it into you guys? They're breaking the law. But I mean, yeah, you guys are strapped for money. Well, back to these hunting guide services. The money they charge to hunt for deer, why aren't we getting part of that money, the state? For what they charge and what they paid me, I kicked them off. They didn't even want me to come in there while I could go cut firewood. Well, can you wait till after deer season? I says, no. And I'm bringing my Caterpillar in there and I'm bringing all the noise I want. My great granddad bought that in 1898. I'm the 4th generation owner. I'm not lying, letting anybody hunt on there. A lot of us landowners, we're tired of it. Have any of you been following this lawsuit in the US Supreme Court? You need to get this copy of National Geographic. This is started in Oklahoma. This is not the United States. This is still native tribal land, and this is snowballing. The Cherokee Nation down there, they have got their own court system. They got their own judges. They got their own attorney general. Her name is Linda Seal. It's quite a mess. So who has jurisdiction over this land? We've discussed that before, Mr. Lauber, like water rights. We got to have somebody do it, but who's going to do it? We don't have the authority. They got a mess down there in Oklahoma. Are any of you following this?
Yes.
What are we going to do about it? You don't have jurisdiction to do this. I can go on that property and you can't arrest me. This happened in Oklahoma. I know the man, he sold horses. And he sold horses to the man in northeast Oklahoma, and the man was out hunting. The game warden come along, asked him, what are you doing? He says, I'm hunting. It's not hunting season. I'm on my own land. He asked him what he's hunting. I'm hunting quail. He said, you can't hunt quail. It's not quail season. He attempted to arrest the man. The game warden tried to take him into custody using force. The man's head ended up between the doorpost and the door. The man told me this from Salina because he feared for his life. They charged him with a crime in Oklahoma, dismissed. We've got a mess. We need to talk to our legislators or somebody. It's up to you guys. You're gonna have to take it to the legislators. One last comment. In Beloit, you and I discussed this, Mr. Lauber, about the duck hunting season. Somebody wanted to move the duck season back later because the ducks weren't coming down soon enough. Well, pack your bags and go where the ducks are. You want to deny us vets that right. We put our butt on the lines. I'm a vet, 1966. You spit on us. You called us baby killers when we come home. And you want to deny us that. Shame on you. You've got a problem.
Okay. I don't know how to answer everything. We'll just sort of all digest it. Regarding the quail and pheasants, the captive raised birds, that is legal, but it's administered by, I believe, the Department of Agriculture. We don't have anything. They get a permit from us, but they are registered and monitored by the Department of Agriculture, and it is a lawful and permitted activity in the state of Kansas.
It's about ethics. It's about a fair chase. They don't allow this in other states. You go to the western states, they don't have game farms.
Sometimes they do, but I get your point. All right. Is there any other public comment today from anybody? Well, then let's move on. Brad, you feel like talking?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Lawver. I won't say very much. I'm going to have Stuart give the financial report, but I didn't want to say one thing, and that is to congratulate Stuart on being our interim assistant secretary. He still is directly over the public lands division, but he'll be our interim assistant secretary. We had a very spirited competition for the position after Mike Miller left. Stuart will do terrific work, and I'm very pleased to have him. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and I am excited about this new endeavor as I dive head first. So looking forward to it. I wanted to mention, though, as I'm in this interim position as well as still actively involved with Public Lands Division, I'm asking my Assistant Division Director, Ryan Stuckey, to really step up and take over some aspects of our responsibilities too. So I appreciate him willing to step up and do all that. And I'm making him dive in head first too, and you'll see him up here at the podium later when we talk about public lands regulations. So wanted to acknowledge that as well. All right, so agency and fiscal status. As you all know, our fiscal year begins July 1st and runs through June 30th. So the agency overall budget is around 97.8 million for all divisions and efforts for our operations. In addition to the regular budget, the legislature did pass a 5% salary increase for most of our employees that were not part of a defined pay plan, in addition to that $97.8 million budget. Some of the law enforcement officers who receive automatic pay increases that others do not were not eligible for this 5% increase. For the park fee fund, FY22 revenue was around just under 13 million, which equated to around a 7% decrease over the previous year. However, park receipts continue to be higher than the long-term averages as we come out of the pandemic conditions where we saw record visitation and crowds. So cash balance in park fee fund at the end of FY22 is 8.2 million. Our cabin revenue funds in public state parks, mostly, and a couple in public lands. The revenue for FY22 was 1.491 million, which was 13% less than the last fiscal year, but still, again, above the annual averages. And that, as we're coming out of those record peak visitation times, it makes sense. Our wildlife fee fund, which is our main fund from hunting and fishing license sales and permits and such, we ended in FY22 with total receipts of 35.6 million. Like other funds that I just previously mentioned, the revenue declined a little bit in FY22, but is still well above our long-term averages. The balance in the wildlife fee fund for the end of FY22 was 29.5 million. Our boating fee fund, which is derived from boat registration, is necessary to provide boating safety, education, and infrastructure to protect and support our boaters. FY22 receipts for the boating fee fund were 1.4 million. And again, that is a decline from the previous year as to align with the other funds that I just previously mentioned, but again, as well, still above long-term averages. Just as a side note, FY21 receipts were 1.9 million, which was by far the highest revenue ever recorded. So right now we're working on required reporting for revenues, expenditures from FY22. We're starting to plan and discuss and set our FY24 budgets, review the approved 23 budgets. If there's supplemental increases that we need to request, we'll be working on those as well. We have till mid-September to get that accomplished, so staff is busy working on those and discussing all that. And we mentioned before in previous meetings that inflation continues to be an issue that we're dealing with cost of fuel, supplies, materials. It's all increased substantially, and we're having to plan wisely to combat those ever increasing prices and be smart and efficient in how we conduct business. Fleet vehicles is a major one. we try to replace a certain amount of vehicles every year, and we're having difficulty having dealerships bid on our contracts, and if they do, actually supplying enough vehicles to fulfill our operational needs. So with that, I would take any questions.
If one were to ask what our annual budget would be, if we said roughly 100 million would be about right.
Right, correct. And that's department-wide, all divisions, sections for everything.
So to keep up with inflation, we need about a $9 million increase, which we will not.
Can you make that happen?
I cannot make that happen. I wish I could make that happen. I'd start with salaries, but I can't fix that. Is there any questions for Stuart? Any questions from the public?
Yes, Norman Maligan. If you want to raise money, go talk to Melissa Scott Bezos. She's got $480 million and she's giving it away to nonprofit issues, stuff like this.
Appreciate the information.
She's got a website. Bill Gates is going to give away money. Well, we need it.
I like Microsoft.
Yeah, but it's my money. But it's out there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Stuart. You ready again, Levi?
I guess so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Levi Jasker, Emporia, Kansas. I am here during the general discussion to introduce the big game permanent regulations. These regulations cover just general provisions such as what's on carcass tags, transferring meat to other people, the legal equipment and taking methods, deer firearm management units that we use to, or that we set tag quotas for, work within, the big game and wild turkey permit applications for the coming cycle of this review, and then the different deer permits and restrictions. Just going over these quickly. Currently, we don't have any recommendations here, but we are discussing some possibilities, and we'll be bringing those forward in future meetings. And so that's the permanent regulations. So with your permission, I would move on to the 25 series.
Sure.
Regulations. The 25 series regulations are where we set our season dates and also address what permits may be used, especially for antlerless permits. All the dates follow basically what we've been doing the last couple of years, same number of days. Those are where we are so far. We're continuing to discuss seasons and which units may be fall into which category, especially such as the extended whitetail antlerless seasons based on our management needs that we look at our population, hunter preferences when possible. And then also, as we've discussed this morning, we're having to work with disease management too in those. So as I said, everything falls into basically just the adjustments for the actual days on the calendar. In that, November 29th is that Wednesday after Thanksgiving's where we traditionally start our rifle season. So same number of days, just adjusting for as the calendar days of the week fall. So, and with that, I would take questions over any of that.
Any questions for Levi? There's not much controversial in here. It's the same season structure.
And we're still discussing stuff. So, you know, if we find places that we do need to make changes, we'll be bringing those before you. But yes.
We have a recommendation later on that may require a draw permit for non-resident turkeys. And will that come in your previous discussion about turkey applications, or?
Kent will discuss that as the turkey biologist. So that would, I guess, fall under that. So these would be, as far as for me, that falls more under my realm of the deer side of it. So.
Okay. Any other questions for Levi? Well, thanks for now. Now we're going to talk a little more about CWD, Brody and Levi. I think Brody's going to start. A lot of us have heard a lot about CWD this morning, and like I said, I'm still overwhelmed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Those who are here in the audience and watching online, I'm Brody Latham. I'm the marketing manager at Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Been on the job about a year now. And let's take a look at some of our chronic wasting disease communication campaign updates here. So next slide, please. When we started this campaign, we just realized that we needed to come up with some campaign objectives. So we wanted to create a centralized information portal and define what CWD is, clarify symptoms, stages of the disease, and identify causative locations in Kansas, and share testing information and opportunities for people. Provide stakeholders with clear action steps that they could take to help slow the spread. Next slide. Okay, so what's been done so far? We launched an integrated communications campaign that consisted of traditional social, digital media, and print media. Things like posters, flyers, billboards. We created the branding, a website, digital advertisements, drove a lot of traffic to the website, social media marketing, things of that nature. So actually I have a clicker here for getting there. Okay, so here we can look at the logo and the campaign slogan that was developed. Take aim at the spread, help suppress chronic wasting disease. So we wanted to use language and symbology that hunters would know and understand well and digest quickly and easily. So here's some of the key messages of the campaign. Get the game plan. We wanted to invite stakeholders to join the fight and suppress CWD and include, action steps that they could take to help out in those efforts. Watch the waste. This one helps people understand the symptoms aren't always visible, but when they are, what to look for. Things like we talked about earlier today, difficulty moving, poor body condition, lowering of the head, drooling, grinding of the teeth. And when they see those things, to contact us and report it. Next, that's right. Dress, test, suppress. So we wanted to encourage people to bone out or at least quarter their meat on site and dispose of the carcass in a proper way to help slow the spread, and then test to suppress. Rest, test, suppress. So what worked well for us? I think what worked well right out of the gates for us was we developed, compelling imagery and branding in the messaging that we used throughout the campaign and across our meetings. We stayed consistent with that. I think that helped us be successful. Being visually consistent leads to recognizability when you are visually consistent. And then that recognizability, our hopes was that it would lead to credibility and trust. So we want the public to take heed to these messages and be able to trust us and recognize this campaign when they see it. We drove a lot of traffic to the website that we created and all of the information there. Over 50,000 users clicked our ads and came to these web pages. And over 150,000 viewed these pages over 150,000 times. But the coolest part in my mind was how long they spent on these pages. On cwdks.com, you can go there now or after this meeting's over. They stayed on that page for almost 4 minutes. And our page on KS Outdoors, the big game information page about CWD, they stayed on that page almost 5.5 minutes. So that tells me that these people were interested in the content. They're willing to spend their time, read, consume that information, and that's what we would hope to see. In addition to the traffic that we drove and the amount of people we could track that we know looked at that content, we also engaged people on social media and the Google Display Network. And this is a little harder to track, but still these are some pretty impressive numbers. 1.7 million impressions on social media. And it looks like it's a little cut off there, but it's 7.5 million impressions on Google. We reached almost 250,000 people on social media. You might be asking, what's the difference between an impression and reach? The same person can have more than one impression, so to see the same ad more than once. And you may not be able to see it on this screen because it looks like it's pretty small, but it's even small on my screen. 1 second, zoom in a little bit. So we have messaging like report sick animals, test to suppress, take aim at the spread, help slow the spread, report sick wildlife, keep Kansas deer healthy, find the answers, get the game plan, watch the waste, so on and so forth, with accompanying post copy to further explain what that means and entice people to click a call to action button to learn more. And one of the interesting things about some of the social media posts in particular is how many engagements we received. Over 3,000 reactions to these posts, almost 300 comments and 900 shares. And while the 300 comments may not seem super significant, one person pointed out, well, if 300 people showed up to the commission meeting with something to say, would you find that significant? Yeah, actually, that'd be really significant. So not only did we drive traffic, but we sparked conversation. We initiated that conversation online where people can partake and like and comment and share with their friends and followers and amplify that message even farther. So what are our next steps? I think one thing we've learned so far is that the digital ad efforts definitely work. And we'd like to continue that and expand the reach of those digital ad efforts, incorporate search so that we're showing up in search engine results like Google. And when people are looking for CWD related keywords, we direct them to our content and make sure that they're seeing the information that we would prefer they see rather than something random on the internet. Integrate video ads, which I'm about to show you one, and infuse more messages about testing, test kits, how to get them, how to submit them, how to collect glands or brain stems. Continue testing new ad creative, things like new imagery, new text, new calls to action, and so on and so forth. But let's go ahead and watch one of the newer video ads that we have that we're looking forward to putting in circulation.
Chronic waste disease causes misfolded proteins and always results in the deaths of infected deer and elk. CWD is spread to the environment and through saliva, urine, and feces. Be cautious as feed, bait, and mineral bricks can unnaturally congregate animals, causing the spread of CWD. If you see an animal showing symptoms of CWD, please contact the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks team of wildlife biologists. Symptoms include lack of coordination or body condition, hanging the head, drooling, lack of fear of people, and white skin. Rats. When possible, hunters should throw out meat carcass at the hunting site. The next best alternative is to order the animal. Spinal column. Yes, there are no reported cases of CWD transmitting from deer to humans through meat consumption. However, Prion research has shown the risk is not zero. All deer should be tested for CWD before consuming. If the animal is transported from the hunting site to be processed, the carcass should be returned. The greatest cause of the spread of CWD is humans transporting. For more information, visit cwdks.com. Your help taking aim at the spread means healthier deer and elk populations for the future.
Okay, so some of the next steps, some of the ways we measure the success, at least from a marketing perspective of these efforts, is we definitely want to continue to increase social digital media engagement. We're going to monitor landing page visits, PDF downloads from those pages, email open rates, and support for regulation changes if we decide we need that, and monitor the number of test kits that get submitted. Thank you all. I'll take some questions if there are any.
Any questions for Brody?
Has there been any consideration on maybe putting that video on like a hunting guide? They have those TV programs about hunters and fishing game and all of that kind of stuff, maybe promoting that in that arena?
Not to my knowledge, but that's definitely something that we should and will consider and look into. That's a good idea.
Do you guys work with the education section folks to sort of mesh your messaging and
actually Aaron was the voiceover in that video.
Oh, nice. Very good, Aaron. And then I just downloaded the app, the Go Outdoors app. Is there a way to put that information like front and center when you open the app for a deer hunter?
I'm not sure, but that's a really good idea.
Because that would be, I mean, they're gonna go there no matter what. And so.
Yeah, there's a lot of new ways that we can put targeted information in front of segmented audiences with that new app in that system. So we can definitely look into that. Great idea.
I also noticed I pulled up our regular Chaos Outdoors and go to hunting, and you go down on the left to CWD and you pull up the chronic wasting disease page. There is no link to that on our own website either.
Yeah, so we definitely have a lot of things that we need to improve on, and that's something that has to happen. Yeah, this is going to be an ongoing campaign, and we'll just continue to optimize and create new multimedia assets, make sure that they get out there in front of the right people at the right time.
Are you getting a lot more calls since you've done all this?
I'm not personally, but yeah, I'm not sure if we have a mechanism to be able to track that and how. I'm not sure.
At lunch today, somebody commented that the more bold information we could put in the hunting regulation booklet, the better. We have reference to that now. But when it comes to educating people, more is better.
Yes, and lots of repetition. So this will be something that we continue over the years, and to us, it may feel like we're saying the same thing over and over. But it's going to take more than one touch point for somebody to stop what they're doing, to interrupt what they were doing online, if that's where the placement is, and get them to take notice.
Those areas where we are trying to increase harvest, I would be circumspect in any reference to eating the meat. We don't want to tell people to harvest deer, but hey, we aren't telling you better eat the meat or not. So I think that you understand, you attended this morning, and so does everybody else. We just need to be careful that we don't spook people to where we can't use hunting to minimize numbers where we need to.
Yeah, and I agreed with your comment earlier about that being a fine line between educating the public that this is, and getting buy-in, that this is a serious issue, that we all need to help out if we can, but also not scaring folks into quitting deer.
Any more questions for Brody?
I don't know if you can answer this, but it's kind of contradictory on the quartering the harvest in the field and leaving the head and the spine in the field. And the gentleman before talked about how that could spread, on the knives and the blood and in the ground and all of that kind of stuff. How is that not helping spread the disease if you leave that out in the field? I'm a little confused. Can you touch on that later, or is this a good time? Okay, thank you.
I've got one last question too. I don't know, Brody, maybe this is better for Levi than you, but how do you measure, or what is the plan to measure changes in hunter behavior as a result of this education?
I'm going to let Levi answer that one.
Okay.
And I have one question. Is this part of like a hunter ed curriculum?
I heard somebody talking about that actually earlier today. So I don't know if it is just yet, but I think it's probably in the works. If it's not.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Aaron Austin, education section. And those discussions came up this morning, and it's already being discussed in the Hunter Education Advisory Committee coming up in 2 weeks. So I think that's like right on time for it. So thank you.
All right, now if we can just get Aaron to dub every time I have to talk. So I'll have a presentation as Jason pulls that up, but I'll address some of the questions. And I'll get to Lauren's actually last, just because that's basically what my presentation is about. But to address earliest question about increased calls and contacts about it, I certainly am getting more in the last couple of years over this. And not necessarily even from hunters all the time. I've had just people that are, they've seen the billboards and they'd like to know more. So they end up on my phone or in my email with that. And so we're definitely seeing some of that. It's, you know, it's not been overwhelming numbers, but it's encouraging to see more interest.
Picking up, yeah.
Picking up. And usually those are, you know, it's like, well, I wish I had better news for you, but you know, here's what I can tell you. And, you know, I tried to at least, you know, answer every question they had as best I can. I can't always give them great answers. Sometimes, as we talked this morning, it's kind of mushy answers. You can't really be definitive.
Sure.
So as far as the spreading prions, yes, you can spread them that way. But it is still better than the amount that you would spread otherwise if you took the whole carcass. That's a big part of it, is minimizing it. That's one of those tough questions, is that we don't know the dose that a deer has to get before they're infected with it. It could be one, it could be, you know, they have to encounter thousands of prions before they're infected. We don't really know. So anything that mitigates dragging that all over the place and creating, you know, larger amounts in other places is going to be key. The other thing is often where those end up are places that, you know, from a human health standpoint could be concerning. Although, as we discussed this morning, there's not a lot of good information there yet. But as far as from a deer standpoint, oftentimes other deer aren't going to necessarily be in contact with that too. So that's a win that way, but it's definitely concerning. So, but we certainly, you know, don't necessarily want people to not eat deer, but we would, you know, best thing would be to test deer first, for sure, especially if you're in an area with a known or nearby a known positive detection. But, you know, I switched to changing to doing the gutless dressing method because you get the vast majority of the meat off the carcass, and you can still leave those parts that are the worst parts in the field. We know that we're not getting everything, but it's preferable to taking a whole carcass somewhere. So.
Levi, from a layperson's perspective, I guess I always assumed that the spine and the head were the highest risk material. And by leaving it there, which is optimal, not always practical, but by leaving it there, even if a deer would sniff it or something and it's already in that area, what you're trying to do is eliminate the transfer of the disease at 55 miles an hour.
Yep. All right, so this is going to be really short, but just to kind of address that, you know, how are we measuring actual hunter behavior? How do we measure it from my side of the table rather than from Brody's marketing side? And so the way we're doing that, and you know, much of this is kind of in the beginning, early stages for us. Most of how we measure actual hunter behavior is self-reported on surveys. We do some minor stuff as part of the special section in the deer harvest survey to hunters. This past season, in that special section, we asked hunters a little bit about processing and also about whether or not they were processing their deer within the unit that they harvested that deer, or if they were transporting it. And if they were transporting it, would they tell us what unit they took it to? So once that, I don't have that data quite available yet. I'm still working on it, but once I have that, we'll get it out. And then the other one that is entirely focused on chronic wasting disease was our human dimension survey about CWD, where we took our deer license data and randomly selected some hunters from across Kansas to answer a questionnaire about chronic wasting disease. And I presented a little bit of that, and so for the sake of time, I won't dive deeply into that. But because this was the initial survey, so it's kind of the baseline. We needed to establish that to know, as we develop these messages and get this information out and work with folks, are we improving from where we stood at the start? So that was needed. Other surveys were also including, we included a couple questions in the landowner deer opinion survey that was just done this last year. To, start talking to those landowners, because they're going to be a vital part of this whole thing. So mostly it's hunter behavior type stuff will be through self-reported survey work, but then also kind of just a rough idea looking at CWD samples and how that's changed. And here it's a little small to read, but I've got the total samples there on the left, and then the samples that we as an agency took, whether that be from collected through taxidermists, processors, roadkills, sick suspect animals that biologists or game wardens or somebody from the agency went out and collected. And then I've got private submissions, and those are submissions that hunters sent to the Kansas State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab on their own. So not usually with any involvement for us, other than potentially we direct them where to go. Many of those are going to be outside of our surveillance zone for that year because we only cover those tests in the zone. But they actually had to pay for this. And in Kansas, it's a $35 test. And you're talking into the 40s if you pay for the shipping for the tests to and from the vet lab. So those are folks that valued that enough to do that. And then I've got on the far side, with our research project with the University of Missouri, the number of samples. And as you can see, we just started that in 2021 season. But we did increase our efforts. We put technicians in the field through that project from the agency. We tried to get the word out. We definitely collected a lot more road kills with those technicians out and about. But you don't just jump in and collect an extra almost 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000 samples a year without people being aware of what's going on and getting information. And going back to those private submissions, as we were growing through time already, but it wasn't until we really started to consider messaging, and then as we've gone into that, we've jumped up into there. And I think that the decline in the last 2 years in 2021 and 21-22 is actually driven by people taking advantage of the University of Missouri study that paid for the samples to be tested. They just saw the opportunity to not have to pay for it themselves, and they jumped into that sampling. So they aren't counted in there. But as we've seen, and even talking with Shane, I didn't get the data there, but for previous years, that's just kind of, it used to be one or two handful of folks, and it's just kept creeping up with people that are willing to pay out of pocket to get sampled. So looking from that standpoint too, that's folks are being more concerned about it, and whether or not that's actually translating into changing how they handle carcasses in the field and such, I can't say, but you would think that more people would be doing that kind of stuff as that number would grow too. So, yes.
If right now the handling carcass in the field, that's just a suggestion, right? It's not a requirement.
It's a recommendation to do so.
So if transporting these things and not leaving them where you found them, it's kind of a big cause of geographic spread. Why not require it now? What's preventing us from doing that?
And we initially proposed that 2-3 years ago, but it was seen as too limiting to that. And it's also one of those things that, we didn't necessarily strive for a lot of stakeholder buy-in at the time. And our human dimension survey also mentioned that. That doesn't mean that that's not a a step taken down the road, once we've got more support behind doing that too. Because in all this, if we don't, get our hunters involved, our landowners involved on it, that they have buy-in to doing it. Even if we do restrict it, they aren't going to follow it. They'll see it as being oppressive or an overburden. And even with having rules that prevent importation of whole carcasses or transporting whole carcasses within states, we've seen deer that have gone from Kansas to Ohio was a positive carcass went from Kansas to Texas. We've known that other states, I think Tennessee and South Carolina, have seized carcasses that weren't positive. So, and those folks to do that, and where those were picked up was actually their home state for all of those folks. And every one of those people drove through several states that restrict the importation of whole carcasses. So, if the word's not out and they're not aware of it, and that's where trying to do messaging and, getting that in front of our deer hunters and potentially pushing that out to deer hunters, not just, as we look at non-residents, so like, we need to put the message out to, you better check your regulations of where you're going and even traveling through, because, I don't want you to have spent the money to come to Kansas and hunt and then lose your deer in Arkansas because you didn't bother to read the rules or no.
Commissioner Escarino, Commissioner Spore and I were talking on the way from lunch about how maybe he mentioned something about maybe offering an option to those hunters on their application for a permit to say, yes, they would like a test kit included with their permit, to submit that at the time they're get their bag.
Yep, and that's certainly something we can discuss. I know a couple other states are doing more of that. I think it's North Dakota has been looking at kits that they just send with every tag that goes out, and what the cost and effectiveness, especially if they get only a certain return rate, what does that take, and what's the does it work that way, or is it going to be an overwhelming cost to the agency to do so? So that's the one thing, is that even the kits we still are cost money. And part of that too is the current kits that we have that work, that we get through, or you can get through the Kansas Vet Lab, are little vials of formalin, and not everybody wants formalin just laying around. So it's kind of a concern that way. But there's a few other options too out there. There's a couple other things that are they're not the preferred method. That formalin is the standard way to go, but there are a few other different types of packaging that have been used before. And so it'd be a matter of seeing just whether or not that's, an effective way to actually do it. And whether that, in some cases, some were dumped because, they quit using it because they didn't get enough good samples through it. They were either too degraded or whatever by the time. But there may have been improvements. It's something to be looking into for sure.
Commissioner Spore, there's two types of hunters. One, the first hunter doesn't care. He's going to eat the meat, doesn't make any difference. And then the second hunter wants to know.
Yep.
And I guess several questions. Is K-State still doing testing on a paid scale for $35 or whatever it is?
Far as I knew, they are. How that's potentially changing with inflation and everything, I'm not sure, but yeah, they're still doing testing, and it's available.
How did the hunters find the University of Missouri?
So we had a research project that was initially set up through Kansas State, and the principal investigator, that professor, moved to University of Missouri. And
Okay.
so that's how we ended up working with them in their lab for that project, because he has intellectual property in that research. And so it has to kind of stick with him. And then we've provided, they have a phone number that that's available that hunters can call to get help, because oftentimes with that research during rifle season, there are technicians available that will travel to help hunters take samples or pick them up from them during that. So, and then they also, have their own email contact information, and then they try to make sure that they're pretty visible while they're out working. But that's how we ended up working over with them. And so that'll go one more year. So hunters can still get that project to pay for their samples for this upcoming season. After that, we're probably gonna have to talk, because some hunters are gonna probably want to see increased testing availability. So.
Yeah, it appears to me that there ought to be some private lab out there that's willing to make some bucks and figure out a test kit and do it reliably and fast. And
yeah, and that's been our biggest hangup, is the speed of testing.
so how do they get the sample to the Missouri? How does that, I know how they do Kansas. I understand that.
So with this, with the technicians, while they're out doing it, they are collecting them and shipping large batches as they can. They're also working with some additional taxidermists.
So the average deer hunter isn't able to send his samples.
They can. It's just that in that case, the University of Missouri struggles to cover the shipping costs sometimes with that, just because of their regulations, their internal stuff. They can, and I know that has happened. So, which it may still be a lot cheaper to do that than to pay for the actual test too, like you would at K-State right now. So, and they've worked with other folks with, like, I remember talking to the grad student, and they had actually had I don't know if it was a landowner or a guide service or who, that had several hunters, but they collected all the samples, and then they were able to get them a shipping label for that box of several samples to be shipped. So.
And they have to be froze, or what would be the condition? Or
Their samples are all collected in the little vial of formalin. And so once they're in that formalin, you can just put the cap back on tight, and you put it in the kits have an additional bag to seal over the vial. And then that's what's shipped. Once it's in that formalin, it's shelf stable. So.
But you think, or that K-State is still doing it?
K-State still does do this.
They still do it for a fee.
They still do it for a fee. You can still go right onto the Vet Labs website, and you can search for it, or there's a button, I can't remember where. But yeah, you can still get it through there if that's the preferred method. It's just that in that case, it's going to be, out of pocket for the hunter.
Right. But that's the first question that I'm asked is, okay, yeah, you guys all want to test. You want to test. And then the first question is well, where do I go to get the test? I mean,
yeah. And
I guess somehow we have to answer that, or come to realization of how it really honestly works, what the mechanics of it are.
Yep. And we have experimented with like head drop barrels and such, but other states have used those, but where it's effective for them is they're putting it in high traffic areas, and where you've got hundreds of deer hunters going through that little area, because such as some of the, like Michigan, Wisconsin, where they've got 5-6 times the number of deer hunters, and they're packed in a lot smaller space. It just, it's not a great method in Western Kansas, unfortunately, because everybody's spread out. I mean, resources are spread out, and we don't want to have to ask hunters to drive 50 miles to go dump a head in a barrel. If they're going to do that much effort, we need to probably have somebody there to take it from them at the very least.
Are you guys thinking about going back to a check station?
Not right now. The cost on those was pretty high. I'm not sure, after the way it's been for a while, that people will want to do that on a high or widespread area. Now, maybe that's something that could be looked at on a limited basis. I've talked with the biologist at Fort Riley, where they've got a lot more control of people in and out of there to hunt, and they could work one there. And if we've talked a little bit about it when he's been concerned about testing and getting that done on the fort. You know, potentially special hunts, maybe some of our wildlife areas could possibly do something like that, but I don't think on a statewide basis that's going to be easily implemented or cheaply by any means. And that's, you know, we're limited with staff capacity. We might have to almost do that by volunteers, man.
But Missouri says they have mandatory testing, but then again, they also say that they have check stations during rifle season only. Is that statewide or is that in just hot spots in Missouri?
That is just those hot spots.
So that's pretty limited.
That's
It's not like I was thinking.
Yeah, it's not
full blown the entire state. It was like you would maybe consider, you know, Oberlin, Decatur, you know, Rollins County, something like that, doing a check station there, but not the whole state like it.
Yeah, they're focused on their disease zones and where they're trying to increase that sampling. They're also spending just on testing $750,000 to $1 million a year too. You know, and you know, some of their work with calling, you know, they've just that little bit, the calling portion of it. A couple of years ago, they were reporting that they were expending the equivalent of 16 full-time staff members
for calling,
just for that call part. So that's not only the other efforts that they do. So
and they're only calling in the hot spots.
Yeah. So, you know, they're spending a lot more money. They have a lot more money available to work with on that too, and more staff. But even that, their staff is still, you know, there's staff burnout that you have to deal with too. With it.
And they've been calling for how many years?
Since the 2010-ish area, when they first picked it up.
10 years they've been calling.
Yeah. Yeah, basically that was their selected method on those very first, because they, as we saw this morning, you know, their incidences were more kind of a single or a couple and an island type technique. So
It's just interesting. Thank you.
Yep.
What's the breakdown of people that field dress versus take carcass?
Well, many people that are hauling a whole carcass actually are still field dressing, just taking the guts out. But the number that do that versus say quartering it, which is, you know, cutting up more or even boning it, I couldn't tell you. I would say, you know, traditionally it's probably not been that many that actually do. Many that did it before did it because it was a convenience thing. They had to carry it a long ways. Or although now that I do the gutless method to do it, to get quarters, I'm not going back. It's a lot easier to take that out, that little bit out, and not have a pile of waste in my garage like I did before switching. So
it makes me wonder if there's going to be an increase in carcasses. Is that going to mean ultimately an increase in lead poisoning?
I don't know. They've seen it other places with certain species. I don't know if it would or not. There's more and more non-toxic ammunition available. More and more people are even switching that just for their own. So
there's probably going to be more carcasses on the landscape as more people bone out, but it's still going to be deposited in an area that already has the prevalence.
Yeah. And so there may be, you know, carcasses already now. They wouldn't necessarily have an issue with lead, but
probably at least 40–50% of the deer are hauled to a processor. And one would think that as a general rule, that might be safer than hauling them to various individual locations. Most of the time now that National Byproducts doesn't buy what they used to buy, most of that goes into a landfill. And do you have an opinion on that?
better in the landfill than dumped in a ditch somewhere. And there is some, that was one of the questions that I actually asked this year, was whether or not they home processed or commercial processed, and whether they've changed their practice in the last couple of years. Now, whether that's related to our messaging or related to COVID and having more time or wanting to stay home, whatever, we'll see. But that I hope we maybe can get to how they're processing, because we did ask if they were home processing, if they did a commercial, and then if they did commercial, has their processor changed? Are they taking whole carcasses? Are they requiring quarters or boned out meat? Because some are starting to do that too.
Mr. Chairman, Stuart Trog, Pratt, Levi, if I could, I hate to put him on the spot, but Kurt Ratzliff with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers is here today, and they do a lot of processing, boning out clinics, presentations within their group, not only here in Kansas, but on the national level. It's becoming a popular thing. So if Kurt, I'd like to get your perspective on this conversation, if you wouldn't mind coming up.
Yeah, I'm Kurt Ratzliff, the chair for Kansas Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and thanks, Stuart, for putting me on the spot. I
You're
really
welcome.
appreciate that. we do a lot of that, and I've put on, I don't know how many clinics talking about processing your own deer and that sort of thing. We've had Levi on our podcast a couple of times. One time we took, I think, 2 hours talking about CWD, and that was a couple of years ago. But we do advocate very strongly for the quartering method. For first of all, just to start there, it's easier. Once you get past well, this is how dad and grandpa and all those people did it. Once you get past that, it's easier. I mean, Levi said that he tried that now and he does it as well. And I would echo that. It's easier. It's 100% easier. And we do talk a lot about processing your own deer, and that sort of thing. We talk about that a lot. We do that a lot among our membership. It's like, I think half or 3/4 of our membership eats most of their meat off of animals that they get on public land. And so it's a significant deal to us. I think we're probably short on the testing end of it. I think we need to work on that probably a little bit more. But we do talk about that a lot. It's easier, just as a practical matter, after you do it a couple of times. Once you get past this is the way dad did it, thought process, it's easier.
So Kurt, in your clinics, are you promoting that they go ahead and bone out in the field and then?
Yeah, at least quarter.
At least quarter, you say, okay.
Quartering method, like when I take a deer out of the field, it's boneless. I mean, I leave everything there. I take meat out and that's it. I do have the advantage, full disclosure. I grew up in a butcher shop, so I've got some knife skills. I can do that. But I mean, realistically, quartering it is super easy. And yeah, we talk about that all the time on a national scale. BHA talks about that because we've been watching this and working on this for a couple of years. We had Levi on, like I said, a couple of years ago on our podcast and talked at length about it until we were all about numb mentally.
Whether you're quartering and don't bone it, you're still leaving that high risk material in the field.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. If you want to take your trophy with you, you can certainly do that and take the hide. If you want to take the trophy head with you and all that kind of stuff, you can take it off right there, leave the entire spine right there and all that kind of stuff, and then take it to the taxidermist and they can take it from there.
And we're seeing more of that in our country because the processors that have typically handled deer have gone to beef.
Yep.
There's such demand for that. So there's a lot more demand for knowledge like you're sharing. Yeah.
It's getting harder to find a processor.
Thanks, Kurt.
Sure.
And go ahead, Aaron.
No, you done?
You go.
Okay. Levi, so is it possible to put a video of that quartering on our website where people could look at it and understand exactly what you're talking about and asking about and how to do that? I think that'd be very helpful.
I think that would be entirely possible. We put one a couple of years ago about how to pull the lymph nodes samples using the same knife that you would cut a deer up with.
Yeah.
So I think we can work on something like that. There's probably several very good ones that we could even just use.
Copy, yeah.
For that to work with rather than even putting in that kind of effort. So.
For those that are slow adopters and maybe aren't boning out, but they want to be very cautious and responsible when they haul a deer home. So they are careful about that. They restrict where they're butchering at their spot. And then they bag up and take to the landfill the parts and the remnants. Is there a difference in landfills? I noticed this morning they talked about permitted landfills in other states. What can a person do to make that as safe as possible? I understand that increases the risk of spread, but at the same point, I don't quite get how taking that to the landfill, you risk spread, but leaving that to degrade in the field, in the soil, where the plants can pick it up. A generation later, the deer comes along and eats the grass. I mean, removing it to put it in a landfill, if you don't spread it along the way, seems like it would help. So what is permitted landfills? What can you do to make that safer? And is there some benefit to putting it there?
So in a permitted landfill, well, some of it is just don't take it to a landfill that's, just a pile out back. But some of those have additional requirements on how they're built that help contain it, their seals, and then how they treat their effluent coming out. Ideally, it would all go into one big bin that's, kept from reaching out. But the risk is that if you move it from where it already is occurring, what happens when somebody's like, oh boy, it's going to cost me money to actually dump this at the landfill, or, you get tired halfway through and it's like, why don't I just, I've got a ditch right back here. The coyotes will clean it up. Why don't I just do that instead of, taking it here or there? And that's why it's, that's the next option besides leaving it in place. Because when we leave it in place, it's already there. And if it's already there, it's going to be there a long time anyways. It's ideally we could make them go away entirely, but we haven't figured out how to do that in an effective way. So.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Gefeller, I'm gonna change the subject just a little bit. We've talked about it some, but I want to get a little more of your thoughts about the idea that reducing the size of the herd seems to be a very good management tool. In doing that, you take does and young bucks, right? So in educating people or incentivizing hunters to take does and young bucks to help us with CWD, is that going to encourage other hunters not to take does and young bucks because they're afraid of CWD?
Potentially. I think that's where the messaging comes across that this is really important. And it's also a hard message when when you tell them about it and they look at you and go, you want me to kill them to save them? What does that mean? And it's how it's gone. And it's a tough message, but once you've kind of worked through it, that you're not saying that we're going to wipe them all out, but we're trying to reduce that movement around there. And so it's always been contentious about whether or not you should even harvest those at all in many places. Some of it, and it's a case of, we're also with that harvest, moving some of that effort to reduce the herds away from that very small proportion of the herds, that is those older bucks, that, while we still need to certainly harvest them because they do have, they are where we find it first with highest prevalence rates in a herd. Once they're in a territory, they're staying there. They move around some when they breed, but they're not spreading like a young buck does, where they may move 10 miles down the road to a new territory. And they're a much larger segment of the whole population, proportion of the population usually. So you're taking some pressure off one group and putting in another and preventing, then you're still moving animals into that older age class. There may be fewer, but we still have them when we do that too. That's the difficult part. But yes, it's when you try to increase harvest, somebody's going to want to do this, somebody's going to want to do that.
But it's something we just got to figure out, right? Because that is a management tool. Same way with transporting the carcass. At some point, we just got to make the call and do something. Right?
Any other questions for Levi before we move on?
These hunters ain't gonna like it, but you're gonna have to make it mandatory reporting. Remember when they used to have port of entries in this state, bringing in corn and other products? I'm old enough to remember it.
Thank you, Levi.
All right, thank you.
Kent? We'll have Kent's presentation and we'll take a short break.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Kent Fricky, small game coordinator based out of the Emporia Research and Survey Office. I've got a presentation here for you. And of course, we're going over the spring and fall turkey bag limits and season date recommendations for 2023 in terms of the bag limits, and then season date recommendations through 2024. And just as a reminder for everyone, we've got a few new commissioners since last year. Last year, during the 2021 commission process, we increased the spring turkey youth season eligibility to 17 years and younger, which made it consistent with our other game species that had youth seasons. We set the 2023 spring and fall season dates, and we'll review those in a little bit. And then we included handguns as legal equipment for both the spring and fall seasons. And so what we've with this meeting now, we'll be kind of overviewing the recommendations that we're coming forth with for 2023 and 2024. And those will include the fall Unit 2 boundary definition, valid units for Unit 4 permits, spring and fall season structure for 2024, and the 2023 spring and fall bag limits and permit quotas. And at the end of our June meeting, the general discussion, Commissioner Gefeller had several questions, and several questions were asked in general about some of the broader topics in terms of aspects of harvest management and turkey biology and ecology that that there's just kind of a broader set of questions out there. And so the intent of leadership is to have, just like this morning, we had the CWD special session, that at our next meeting in September, that we have a similar session specifically for turkeys. And so today, what I'm going to do is there's, as you can tell from your commission, from your briefing book item, there's a number of changes that we're proposing. And so what I'd like to do today is just focus on some of the background behind those changes, and then address some of the broader harvest management, key assumptions, turkey ecology at that informational session, so that we can go a little more in depth and give those the due diligence that I think they require. So the first is really just some language cleanup. As you see in your briefing book item, in a couple of years ago, we noticed that for both the spring and fall unit definitions in the regulations, that there was a slight error in one of the numbers. Basically, 183 was in there twice and should have been, Highway 81. And so for whatever reason, the spring season date, 1/15/25/6, got changed, but the fall season didn't, the other regulation. And so this is simply as you see in your briefing book item, it's simply a number change to that regulation and should be good to go, but wanted to make sure that we cleaned up that language. The next is a little more focused on Unit 4, the Southwest unit. And as folks are familiar, Unit 4 is currently a resident-only draw with half the permits by statute required to be for residents, or sorry, for landowners and tenants of Unit 4. And then the other half, or whatever's left over, is for Kansas residents. There's no non-residents in the state. And so back in 2017, or sorry, 2018 was the first year that we actually had applications over the 500 permit quota. And so, and since then, we've seen a relatively large increase in the number of applications for those Unit 4 permits for the spring season. And especially from our biologists in the field, from the Turkey Committee, we started hearing some feedback from residents of Unit 4, not necessarily landowners, but residents who would have liked the opportunity to hunt in Unit 4 where they're a resident, but there was just more applications out there and they were having a tougher time hunting in their own unit, in which they resided. And so because of that, and we've heard this for several years now, and one of the aspects associated with that is thought to be is that Unit 4 permits currently are allowed in adjacent units as well, similar to how deer units are. And so if you drew a Unit 4 permit there in the Southwest, you could also hunt in Units 1, 2, and 5. And so the thought was that we want to try and maintain opportunity for the residents of Unit 4 to hunt in the unit they reside. And so we're recommending removing that adjacent unit allowance. And if approved, then if you drew a Unit 4 permit, you would only be able to hunt in Unit 4. And associated with some other recommendations we'll talk about shortly, I think that falls in line relatively well in terms of putting in for a drawing for a unit and then hunting specifically in that unit. And again, I'm not going to go much into population trends. We can go more in depth into this in the September meeting, but just as a brief overview, Kansas is not the only state that has seen turkey declines for the last 15 years, but we've certainly seen our share of declines. And as you see on the left from our spring rural mail carrier survey, we've seen population declines at the statewide level. We peaked in around 2008 and have seen pretty consistent declines since then. And that's driven primarily by lack of production on the right. And what you see there is a halving of our production per year or over time. And so again, this is the story throughout the Midwestern US of low production, and we're working to figure some of that out, but low production equals low turkey populations. And that's something that we've been struggling with in terms of how to deal with the harvest management aspect of that. And I'll just click through these briefly. You have the production indices in your briefing book item, but as you see on the left, Western Kansas, a very similar trend in the two units out there, similar trend in central Kansas, and certainly some of the more broader declines in the eastern units as well. And so a very consistent decline across the state. And so with that, each year we look at the data. And of course, when I presented to you in June, we had not yet had the post-season harvest survey from the spring season yet. We got that July 1st, had our turkey committee meeting in early July, and then of course developed the briefing book items for this presentation. First I wanted to touch on the spring and fall season structures. And as a brief overview, the spring is set up to where the youth and disabled season always begins on April 1st, and they basically get a full weekend. And then the archery season begins on the Monday after that full weekend. And then they get the rest of that week and then a full weekend. And then the regular season, which includes firearms, begins the Wednesday after that second full weekend in April. And then for the fall season, back in 2020 was the first year that we had gone from an October 1st through January 31st season, about a 4-month season, and that was reduced to October 1st to November 10th. So what that'll look like in spring of 2023, theoretically, this was already approved from last year so that we could make sure we got these dates into the regs book, the fall regulations book this fall. And so what that looks like for next year is actually the earliest that the regular season will start on the 12th of April next year. Very short, first and second is reserved just for youth and disabled, 9 days for the archery, and then the firearm starts. And then of course, the October 1st through November 10th fall season. And so for 2024, what that looks like, we will have the earliest start date in 2023, and then it moves directly in 2024 to the latest start date if the season structure stays the same. And we're recommending that no change be made to the spring structure for the spring season. And you can see the dates that would result in if that stays the same. And then we're also recommending no change to the season date structure for the fall season as well. To give an overview of harvest summaries for this spring, as I mentioned, we just got the data in and analyzed and discussed internally. Again, the season dates on the top left. And for this year, as a brief reminder on the right side, an overview of what bag limits looked like for each of the units. And so unit 1 and 2, Northwest and North Central, were still at 2 bird bag limits. And then 3, 5, and 6 had 1 bird bag limits. And then unit 4, of course, was a limited draw, 500 permits with a 1 bird bag limit as well. And then I'll have some graphs that show these numbers, but then, and again, in your briefing book, you'll find these numbers in terms of the estimated harvest, total number of permits and game tags sold, and overall success rate for our hunters getting that first bird. And as you see over time, we've decreased quite significantly in terms of overall hunter success, keeping in mind that in the early 2010s, we had it as high as 71%. Compared to the 2021 season, what I'd like to point out here is that the last several years, we've seen a relatively consistent decline of about that 10 to 12% in resident permit buyers. But we saw a larger, that's also been consistent now for the first time with our non-residents as well. And so as you can see here, we had been hovering in terms of non-resident permit buyers around that 15,000 number for probably 5 or 6 years, where it had kind of plateaued. And this was the first year that we kind of saw at least just a little bit of a dip, 10% there. And so what that looks like on a graph, of course, keeping in mind that 2020, we had COVID, in which the spring season for non-residents was basically totally suspended for the sale of non-resident permit sales. And so kind of keep in mind that's the reason for that dip. Overall permits were in the dashed line in the middle, and then the dashed line on the bottom are the game tags. And of course, you see after 2020, when we removed the option for game tags in the eastern 3 units, the effect that had. And then in terms of total permits sold on the top, and then residents and non-residents numbers overall in the state buying a permit. And turkeys is one that we've seen a consistently high rate of non-resident participation for quite a while. Typically, it is between 35 and 40%. And with that 10% decline in residents this year, it was 43% non-resident spring turkey hunters this year. Same summary table on the bottom right. The overall harvest was a 21% decrease from 2021, which had the same regulation structure and bag limit structure. You see the difference, as is pretty typical. Overall hunter success of 40% with 35% for residents and 45% for non-residents. And then on the top right, a very typical age structure in the harvest this year of 85% males or toms and 15% jakes. And what's that looks like over time is this, where we've seen certainly significant declines from the peak harvest, which was estimated in 2015. Coincidentally, I started in 2016. And then you can see where we're basically at the same level of, even with the decreased amount of non-residents we saw in 2020 due to COVID, that we're still, with the increase of hunters back, we still had a very low year in terms of harvest. And again, you've seen this graph before, but overall, we continue to see this shift in terms of higher or a lower number of satisfied hunters. And as was pointed out very correctly in the turkey committee, over time, you tend to see if hunters become on the dissatisfied end of the spectrum, they stop buying a permit and we stop surveying them. So it kind of makes sense that you don't see the large increases on that dissatisfied side of things, but a very consistent trend through time. And so I wanted to touch briefly on our harvest strategy. As the commission is aware, we do have an adaptive harvest strategy that lays out various regulation packages, and one of the local lizards got out. Anyway, we have an adaptive harvest strategy that lays out various regulation packages in terms of spring and fall bag limits, thresholds in terms of our spring harvest, and then what that looks like through time in terms of guiding our recommendations for changes to bag limits. And this is the harvest strategy and what that looks like. It's a nice, simple document that again has regulation packages, triggers, and then the data that feed into that. And I'll point out that the highlighted, I realize you can't see the numbers, but the highlighted aspects of the table on the right is when those thresholds were not met. And so recommendations were made to, they were below the thresholds, and then consecutive years of being below thresholds, we then would recommend changes. And so as you can kind of see here, all 6 units were below thresholds for consecutive years. And so for the 2023 season, therefore we'd be recommending changes based on the harvest strategy. And if we move with specifically with the regulation packages as recommended by the harvest strategy as prescribed by that, what we would see is reducing the spring bag limit in units 1 and 2 from 2 to 1, the removal of the fall season in units 3, 5, and 6, and then unit 4 was below the threshold as well. And so the harvest strategy recommends a reduction in those resident draw permits as well. However, the committee, myself, and leadership felt strongly that that in one sense it wasn't enough, and there were other aspects that we felt important to look further into. And so based on conversations, rather than moving directly with the prescription made by the harvest strategy, we wanted to be a little more consistent statewide and address some of the concerns with the amount of non-residents in basically statewide, but certainly in a few units in particular. And so we are making the overall recommendations to reduce the bag limits from 2 to 1 in units 1 and 2. So it would be statewide unit 1 bird bag limit for the spring. And then not including unit 4, because that's already resident only, reducing non-resident hunters by 25%. And therefore, of course, creating a draw system for the first time for turkeys, or at least in a long time. Now, how do we come up with the numbers that we recommend? In the harvest, postseason spring harvest survey, I ask a question that asks, which county did you primarily hunt in? And from that data, we get estimates per unit of both residents and non-residents in each of our units. And those are the numbers you see in the table at the bottom. And from that, I calculated the 5-year average. Obviously, I did take out 2020 because it's kind of an anomaly year when it would have very much skewed the data. And so I went from 2017 to 2022, not including 2020. And the 5-year average is what you see there at the top of kind of the summary bottom portion there. And then from that, we decided that 25% reduction would be a good starting point to make those non-resident reductions. And so that's what you see on the second line from the bottom is that 75% of the 5-year average, so 25% reduction, and then rounded that to the nearest 100. And what you see highlighted there is those numbers. And so from that, getting ahead of myself here. From that, and I think I've got a slide in just a second that summarizes that, but those are the direct numbers that we used to make our recommendations for what the quotas would then look like per unit. As I mentioned, Unit 4 was also on the docket for making reductions, which again, they were already set at the 500 permit quota. Unit 4 bounces around a lot. It has a relatively low sample size in terms of the number of hunters that hunt there and we were able to sample. And it's probably our unit that's most affected by weather through time. But, and so this year, we did see a 50% resident hunter success in Unit 4. However, it was still below the threshold that we still have identified within the harvest strategy. And speaking with our biologists and public land managers in Unit 4, they felt that the strategy was making a good recommendation in terms of making further reductions. And so to remain consistent with that 25% reduction, we are recommending reducing that 500 permit quota down to 375. And again, we're mandated by statute to have at least half of those permits available specifically to landowners and tenants. But we also feel like we can, if not all of those are used by and applied for by landowners, tenants, they roll over to the broader draw. And so as what I've got highlighted here, which you can't probably see very well, but basically we have not ever met that 250 quota for landowners and tenants, but we just wanted to make sure that it's more than half and it'll roll over anyway if they're not used. But again, if you're a landowner in Unit 4, that we wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to be hunting your property. In terms of the fall season, I don't have a lot to present here, but overall, the number of permit buyers statewide continues to decline at a pretty consistent rate, about 15 to 20% per year. When we had moved to a statewide one bird bag limit, and especially with a reduced season length, I assumed that the numbers would kind of just plateau, would just kind of bottom out and stay pretty consistent. But we continue to see this 15 to 20% decline through time. And I don't believe there's any reason to suspect that that's going to change. So, and very few non-residents, and this is kind of what that has looked like through time. Of course, we used to sell a lot more, game tags for fall hunters, and then those have been removed. But especially the harvest has consistently declined along with that. And so, given that, and given that there's been no, bottom plateau of fall hunters, we are not recommending any change to the fall season. We're again recommending same season dates, recommending that the one bird limit stay the same. We do not recommend any changes to non-residents being allowed to pursue those permits. Again, it's less than 1,000, less than 750 per year. And so no permit quota hunt statewide other than Unit 4. And so, yeah, overall, we're not recommending any changes there. So this is kind of my summary slide, but there are a number of changes that we're proposing this year. And so they're summarized here. Just briefly clarifying the Unit 2 boundary for, the language cleanup for the Unit 2 boundary in the fall regulation, removing the adjacent unit allowance for Unit 4 permits, No change to the spring or fall season structures. Reduction of spring bag limits in units 1 and 2 from 2 down to 1 bird. Reducing the unit 4 spring permit quota to 375 permits. Everything else stays the same. And then creating that draw system for non-residents when that's summarized on the right in terms of what we recommend those quotas be as that 25% level. And I do want to clarify too, that as part of our recommendation for the non-resident draw, the recommendation is to apply for a specific unit. And then if you draw, be able to only hunt that unit. No adjacent units, no moving around the state. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And then also with that, just like deer draws, youth permits for non-residents would also be included in that draw.
Will that take place in 2024, 2023?
The hope by staff is to have that accomplished by the 2023 spring season. We'll see how that moves through the process, and my final slide is just upcoming. Again, we're going over the harvest summaries and overall overview of the recommendations today at our workshop session. The hope is that we have, or plan is to have an informational session on the morning of September 8th. And then in the workshop session, I'll try to spend a little more time on population trends, again, an overview of the recommendations. And then if everything moves through as we hope, having a vote in the November 19th meeting. If that occurs, currently the unit 4 draws happen usually in early to mid-November, January to February. And so it could be accomplished by then, and that's the goal. But if not, then we'll have to delay a year for sure.
Will non-residents be notified that they're going to have a draw this year?
We'll certainly work with our public relations and information education as much as possible to get that out. But I mean, to your point, I assume it'll be a short turnaround.
The landowner tags in unit 4, I'm getting, those are landowner tenant tags, not hunt your own land tags.
Correct.
And they have to be landowner tenant tags, not hunt your own land.
Correct.
Is that landowner tenant tags only in that area?
Yes. So for the remainder of this, you mean the remainder of the state?
Well, if you own land in unit 2 as a landowner tenant, would you be able to apply as a landowner tenant in unit 4?
No, I don't believe so. I believe you have to own land. Yeah.
I guess one of the main concerns I have, and maybe September 8th is a better time, but I came with the question today, so I'll ask it today. But my concern about taking hens, and hens, I'm assuming the fall season is majority hen take. It's bearded season, right?
Typically, it's 33. It's about a third to half. So typically, it's less than half of the fall harvest.
So I did a little mathematical exercise, and maybe my assumption's a little high on how many hens we take, but I just, for the sake of example, if we only take 500 hens in a season, those hens, if we didn't take them, would produce 14 eggs, of which 4 poults might be raised, of which 2 might be females. So those 500 turkeys would raise 1,000 turkeys, of which 500 are female, right? So then next year you now have so now you have 1,500 hens that you otherwise wouldn't have. In year 2, which raised 4 poults, and same exercise, by the time you get to year 4, dropping off year 1 hens who may not lay that long, you've got, for that year, alone, you've got 36 additional turkeys, of which 18,000 are more hens. So the point is it's exponential, right? So the taking of any hen, even though there's low mortality, even though we don't take hen, seems to me to have a pretty significant effect on the population.
So the first comment I'll make is that the assumption of starting with 500 is probably a little faulty.
Okay.
So assume you have 500 hens that would have been, I mean, I understand that. But from that, they're going to go, some are not going to make it. While we do have decent overwinter survival, some won't make it. So you have a smaller number there. And then more importantly, in terms of nest success, even in a good year, you're saying 33%, 33 to 50%.
Well, four out of 14 is 30%.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you got 14 eggs and 4.
no, I'm just saying that just that nest hatching any.
Okay.
And so rather than 500 nests successful, you're likely looking more at just say 250 on the high end. And of that, it's rare that all 14 hatch and make it to, beyond pulse. And so you're really talking 2 to 3 per nest.
Okay. So cut that by 75%. And say I'm based on my assumptions, I'm wrong. You've still got a significant number of hens that don't exist because we're taking them in the fall. Even a very small number ends up being a very large number.
Yeah, I certainly understand that. And we've discussed that at length within Turkey Committee, me individually with other state biologists, and have given that a large amount of thought.
I'm a proponent of a fall season because I hate to shut it off. I did some calculating and it looks like we probably harvest about 140 hens statewide. You figure that we haven't even bothered to keep statistics the last 2 months, but if we drop down from the last harvest, which was 487 birds, of which 35% were hens, you figure if we harvest 400 birds in the fall, there's only 140 hens with an average increase of 1.1 offspring per hen. I'm not sure it's a significant number, and that's why I hate to close that season.
It's exponential. I mean, it's just math.
Yeah, no, and
assumptions, but
and that is something that we can certainly go into more in at the next meeting. And I'll say that from a turkey harvest management standpoint, the fall season that includes the harvest of hens is always going to be a question mark in terms of should we make recommendations in terms of that season. That season is likely always going to be one of the most biologically relevant seasons to make reductions in if we're concerned about production, which we are. That said, I do believe that the number continues to decline. And so there, of course, there is a consideration for, is there that opportunity remaining out there as an opportunity? But also knowing I think we're learning more about the impact of the spring season. And so I think that while there remains a lot of uncertainty about the impact of the spring season and removal of toms on the landscape from a number of angles related to season dates, overall harvest pressure, all that kind of stuff, that's becoming more and more of an issue. And I believe that within the agency, we feel that we're able to make more of an impact on that end of things. That's not to say that there might not be potential on the fall season as well, but I'll just say we're certainly keeping that in mind.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the spring season, reducing the bag 2 to 1, that you're just eliminating the taking of a tom, or a jay, a male bird.
Yeah, same. You're still required to have a bird.
So our expectation, and this isn't a quibble, this is a question, but it'll improve success rates, but we don't necessarily expect it to increase the size of the flock. Right.
Again, there's uncertainty on that with the lower bag limit. And this kind of relates to reducing number of hunters on the landscape as well during that spring season. Is the concern continues to be even at the local level where there's high pressure or just small flocks now, that the removal of toms through time has just gotten to the impact where the primary question is, are hens being bred? And again, we don't know the answer. We don't have a good answer to that, but through time, that continues to be a question mark and a key source of uncertainty. And so the overall goal is to allow there to remain some number of toms on the landscape that would have been harvested otherwise.
Any other questions for Ken?
Norman Mantle again, Mr. Feller. I'm glad you're concerned about the hens. We discussed that with the wetlands in Great Bend last year or something. I and another gentleman got up and we said, you don't shoot the hens. You shoot the hen, you lose the factory. You lose the factory, you lose production. We need to close the season, at least the hens, if not entirely for all of them. Our population is going down. I mean down. When I was a little boy, we had turkeys everywhere. That land that I owned, I told you about earlier, I don't allow anybody in there. You got to drive in there and see it. It just explodes. And these hunter and guide service people, they're mad at me. There's some 10-point bucks in there and I won't let them in. They offered me a lot of money and I told them where to stick it. We're more concerned about us than we are the wildlife. That's our problem. We're worried about making it convenient for the humans.
Any other comments?
Well, I guess on Warren's numbering, I guess it gets right down to it. A dead hen doesn't get bred. Would be a.
Yes, sir.
You ever thought about trapping, get rid of the possum skunks? So they leave the eggs alone? What? We took out 1/3 of a mile long shell out, we got 60 coons. What do you think they're eating? Another thing too is, if you have chickens in your yard, you give them grain, they'll produce more eggs. Same way as in turkeys, they do the same. We took them high as 19 in one nest, 17 in another nest.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
Let's take about a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I did this morning. Hey, let's go back on the record. Let's talk about the commercial harvest or lack thereof of mussels.
He's online.
Jason's online.
Jordan.
Are you there, Jordan? Yep, I'm here. Sorry, I'm getting the screen share to work. All right, can you see it?
There you
go. Should be good now, Jordan. All right, can everybody see it? Yes. Okay. Thanks, Commission and the public. I'm here to talk again about commercial mussel harvest regulations. So a little bit of history. The regulation of mussel harvest in Kansas originated a while back. Some of the things that we regulated were the pearl button industry and cultured pearls, which are developed from our freshwater mussel shells. 4 native species were previously permitted for harvest and 1 non-native species. And in 2003, we initiated a harvest moratorium due to noticeable declines in numbers of some of these mussels. And the moratorium was extended 1 time. And the current moratorium is set to sunset at the end of this year. Some results of the moratorium have been positive. We've seen, very promising increases in the monkey face mussel. And we've also seen a prevention of decline in some other species, but species like the washboard have seemingly yet to recover from previous harvest after over 20 years. So harvest in other states, most of it occurs in Tennessee, but cultured pearl producers are more frequently looking elsewhere than the US because they don't see our supply as a long-term viable supply because it's largely unsustainable. And Oklahoma to the south hasn't issued a harvest permit since 2013, and Arkansas only issues a single permit. And those states kind of speak to the lack of a market that exists. Missouri removed regulations for commercial harvest, and Nebraska also does not allow commercial harvest. So some of the concerns we have with commercial harvest are just the natural history of freshwater mussels. They often prefer specific habitats, which leads to concentrations of mussels in one location, and that can lead to very concentrated harvest and drastic depletions in population numbers. Mussels have to have a lot of things going right for them to successfully reproduce. And there are many threats, old and new, that affect mussels, ranging from water quality to invasive species and some potentially new emerging diseases. Regulatory listing processes frequently take a look at commercial harvest as a potential point of concern and whether a species should be listed as threatened or endangered. So by removing commercial harvest altogether, that kind of helps check that box to remove that as a potential concern. And mussels are pretty challenging to identify. Mussels of the same species can look very different even within the same river, and different mussel species can look very similar. So while you're out there thinking you might be looking at a species that would be legal for harvest, without some training, you could actually be taking a threatened or endangered species. So they're really just pretty challenging to identify in the field. And on top of that, Tom Mosier, back when he was in the fisheries research section, found that regulation compliance was severely lacking in previous harvests. Something upon the lines of, several thousand pounds of mussels going unreported every year. And as I mentioned earlier, there's just really no market for freshwater mussel shells anymore. Ever since plastics were developed, we don't need the shells for buttons, and the cultured pearl industry has come up with new techniques that they can use a lot of native material over in Japan and China, where most of that's done, to produce those cultured pearls rather than relying on our sources. And all these things speak to the unsustainability of the practice, which is why we're proposing to replace the 5 existing regulations that are related to commercial harvest, salvage, and sale of freshwater mussels with a single regulation that prohibits the commercial harvest, salvage, and sale. And I think Dan Riley can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're moving forward with that, and just dealing with some of the new regulation requirements at the state level that have to be met. But hopefully have something for you guys to vote on here in the next meeting or two. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Jordan? Expecting none, thank you very much. I might want to also point out here that whereas efforts have been made to lower the temperature in here, the air conditioning system has been less than cooperative. You push the button and it goes back to where it wants to be. Now, I don't know, somebody here who knows more than I do was going to try to work around that, maybe get the temperature down, but it's a cool 81 degrees in here. So if you feel like you're hot, you're not alone.
Chairman Lauber, Stuart Shrog Pratt, I've asked the front desk, told them about it, and they were going to let maintenance know about it. So hopefully.
I understand. Having spent a career fighting with commercial air conditioners, I get the problem. Wasn't bad in May and June, but it's always bad now. Let's talk about fishing regulations. Brian?
Sure. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Brian Sowards, Fisheries Division Director in Pratt. The first item we'll discuss is the changes to the reference document, which essentially outlines length and krill limit specific changes to individual impoundments that differ from our statewide regulations. So these are the changes for the calendar year. You have the full list in the briefing book. Typically, how I approach this is just to mention some of the more notable ones. If you want me to go over the full list, I can do that. The first one is we're proposing to remove the 10-inch minimum length limit on crappie at Cedar Bluff. This has kind of been put in place in 2018. There was poor recruitment and rapid growth, so there was more of those 10-inch fish. But since the lake filled up, there's been a lot more recruitment going on. There's a lot more crappie, and the vast majority of them are 8 or 9 inches in length. So there's really no need for that 10-inch length limit right now. Growth has slowed quite a bit because of that population abundance. So there really isn't a need for it right now. The next one is we are proposing a 6 to 9 inch protective slot on sunfish at Antelope Lake in Graham County. This is part of a statewide research project to see how these protective slots from 6 to 9 inch, those would be the sizes that are protected fish from 6 to 9 inches, to see if those regulations limit harvest enough to shift the population to larger individuals. We've seen some success over the last couple of years, but the jury's still out. We're still getting quite a bit of information on how that works. Just for reference, an 8-inch bluegill in a Kansas impoundment is very rare. So if we were to move the needle, we'd notice it. So the next one is for Pomona and Melbourne reservoirs. We're proposing an 18-inch minimum length limit on saugeye. We started stocking saugeye, I believe, in 2021 there. We already have walleye. They're protected by an 18-inch minimum length limit. And due to the species identification concerns, we like to keep those the same. So we're moving the saugeye to 18-inch along with walleye at those two reservoirs. Those are the three big ones I had. Again, if you want me to mention the other ones, I can.
No, I have a question for you while you're here, though. What would it take to get Pomona's crappie limit reduced to 20? Talk it over with your people.
Yeah, I can
get
bring that
a
up.
lot of constituents commenting to me because it's close to Topeka and Kansas City and gets a lot of pressure. And it may not make any difference, but there's a perception of a lot of limits being caught there. And it's been good and able to withstand it, but the public is really clamoring for a reduced limit.
Sure. Yeah, we've had that at several impoundments where we do get that, human component where there's just enough outcry to make that decision.
It is a human component. I don't think limits make any difference. Numeric limits make much difference on the species anywhere, but the social benefits of responding makes people feel like something's being done.
I agree. Yeah, we can look into that.
Okay.
Commissioner Spore, I get it. I get that all the time. People wanting to reduce the limit from 50 to 20. And I guess a consideration would be going 20 statewide and then going 50 where you think it needs to be. It might not change things.
Mm-hmm.
I understand why you're 50 and not 20. I get that. But so many people pound us. They just see people taking 50. And I get it. I do get this. But it may make sense that if we just went 20 statewide as a rule, and then you increased it to 50 where you thought it needed to be, that may make some more sense to the public.
Right. Well, I will bring this up because of some old research that we did. So I don't remember how long ago it was, but we did have unrestricted creel on crappie. And we were doing some surveys back then, and then we changed it to 50. And we went from an unlimited harvest to 50, and it actually increased the amount of crappie that people took home because it gave them a target. And so right now, a lot of our human dimension stuff is showing that the average angler takes home, I don't remember, Susan's going to be mad at me for messing this up, but it's somewhere between 10 and 20 crappie, 10 and 15 crappie. It may be even less than that. So the thought process is if you go from 50 to 20, somebody who normally would have stopped at 15, 16 crappie will hang around to try to get that limit of 20.
Yeah.
So it might not have the effect that you want. But back to Chairman Lauber's point, I do think it would make more people happy. So it's definitely something we'll look at.
Yeah, I've caught 50. I've caught a limit of crappie one time in my life. And that'll be the last time.
All right.
Had to clean.
You got to clean them.
Right.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so the next one is KAR 11574, fish processing and possession. We want to change this regulation to read that each person who takes any fish with a statewide length limit or water body specific length limit from a body of water will leave the head, body and tail fin attached while the person's in possession of the fish on the water. Basically what we added was with a statewide length limit so that before, when you're taking a gizzard shad or some other legally captured bait and using it as bait like gizzard shad, people cut that up and use it for blue cat bait. Technically, that was illegal in the language, so we just tightened that up a little bit. So that's that one. Shall I go to the next? Any questions on that? Okay. The next change is in response to allow for the use of umbrella rigs with up to 5 hooks. In the past, we've had umbrella hooks as legal, but there could only be 2 actual hooks on the bait. So our division feels that the use of umbrella rigs with 5 hooks is not likely to have population level impacts on any particular species. And we haven't seen any scientific research to the contrary to this point. And one issue that we have is that we've noticed is there's more potential for snagging fish. But we feel that's covered adequately in other regulations that restrict snagging as a means to capture fish. And requires the release of the fish immediately. So we feel that the concerns will be lessened by having those existing regulations. So we felt the best way to approach this was to change the definition of an artificial lure in KAR 115.11 and 115.71. I'll start with 115.11. Artificial lure means a man-made fishing device made of artificial or non-edible natural materials used to mimic prey. And so here's where the change comes in. Devices mimicking individual prey shall be limited to no more than 3 hooks, and devices mimicking multiple prey items like an umbrella rig shall be limited to no more than 5 hooks. Okay, and the change in 115.71 is fishing lines with not more than 2 baited hooks or artificial lures per line. The latter, the artificial lures, shall not exceed 6 hooks per line. So that would preclude any individual of using 2 umbrella rigs on one fishing line, but they still could use 2 crankbaits with 3 hooks each. And to clarify it, I think Commissioner Sill asked me this last time, but a treble hook is considered a single hook.
Okay.
And those are those 2. Any questions?
Go on.
Okay, the next one deals with commercial fish bait, 115.17.3. So to the language in 115.17.3, we're going to add dead fish in there. So a commercial fish bait permit shall be required for the harvest, sale, or purchase for resale of fish bait, except that a commercial fish bait permit shall not be required for non-living commercially packaged fish bait or the harvest, sale of annelids, insects, or for the purchase of annelids and insects for resale. So essentially, this will exempt the shops that are only selling dead fish, like Walmart is the popular one, so that we don't actually have to go do these the commercial fish permitting at all these additional facilities for those that are just selling dead fish. Questions on that one? Okay. Next, 115.7.10. Fishing special provisions, remove the term Asian carp and replace it with silver and big head carp to be more specific of the species that we're talking about. Also to add rusty crayfish to the prohibited species list and add Lebo City Lake to the Kansas Aquatic Nuisance Species Designated Waters to the reference table due to the 2021 zebra mussel infestation. So just a little bit of background on rusty crayfish. We just started last year a 2-year study on crayfish sampling in our state fishing lakes. And the first year we did document a rusty crayfish in McPherson State Fishing Lake, which is currently the only documentation to this point. I think we sampled 10 lakes, but this species is native to the Ohio River Basin, but the range is expanding. It's expanding west, it's expanding south. There's not any huge concerns at this point, but there are negative interactions with other crayfish species. They can typically push those out of systems and create a monoculture of rusty crayfish. They can have issues with juvenile fishes if they do attain great densities. In a lot of our state lakes that have high abundance of predators, whether it's largemouth bass, saugeye, or whatever, we don't have too many concerns of them overpopulating, but the jury's still out on that. That's it for that one. I do have trout water changes to finish up with. Okay. We have 3 changes. King Lake and Emporia, we want to add as a type 1 trout water. OJ Watson Park, add as a type 1 trout water. And Wichita KDOT East, removed from trout waters list. The type 1 trout water means any angler that's fishing there during the trout season of November 1 through April 15th would have to have a trout permit. These are locations where it's likely that the only angling activity going on during that time is for trout. So they will be required at those 2 lakes to have a trout permit. That's all I have.
Any other questions for Brian? Thank you.
Yep.
See, I'm assuming Matt is online.
Yep.
Yes, I see him up there.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Matt Peak, a wildlife biologist from the Emporia Research and Survey Office. And I'm going to be talking about the fur bearer regulations. We have 3 changes to recommend today. First, in KAR 115.5.1, we would like to recommend that laser sights be able to be used to take fur bearers treed by dogs. Currently, these fur bearers taken under those conditions may only be taken with handheld battery-powered flashlight, hat lamp, or handheld lantern. And so the laser light, of course, would be used with a firearm, and it's just simply a tool to improve the accuracy of the firearm. It's not something that would be used to actually detect the predator or detect a fur bearer, but rather it's sort of functions similar to a scope. Let's see, the other 2 recommendations are in KAR 115.25.11. The first one, we're recommending extending the general fur bearer season by about 2 weeks by changing the closure of the season from February 15 to the last day of February. There have recently been a lot of people expressing concern about fur bearer overpopulation, and it is true that fur bearer harvest has declined in recent years due to low pelt values. And so this season extension will give people who feel that additional fur bearer harvest is needed some additional time, amounting to 3.5 months total, in which they can address fur bearer management issues. So those people saying we need more trapping or we need more fur bearer harvest, this gives them more time that they can go out and participate in those activities themselves. And then the third recommendation, or the last recommendation we have, is to increase the season bag limit of otters from 5 to 10. And so sort of associated with that, we're also recommending increasing the bag limit of otters in the Neosho, or in the lower Neosho and Meridazine units from 5 to 10, and in the Verdigris and Missouri units from 2 to 5. Of course, I gave a presentation on otters specifically a couple of meetings ago. They're doing well. Damage concerns related to otters are fairly common. And so just one example of their status, we had an employee at Lovewell reach out to me the other day indicating he had seen a female otter and 5 young across the road with him up there. So they're pretty widespread in the state on the increase. And when they get into people's ponds, a lot of times they're not too happy about it. But I will say that sometimes their impact on ponds is not always negative, but sometimes it is. So so we hope to have a vote on, so this is the 5th time I presented these regulations, these recommendations to the commission. I do want to say that we hope to have a vote on these recommendations in time for them to go into effect this season. but they're sort of caught up in the legislative review process. And once that's completed, there will be a 60-day public comment period for the 5-1 recommendation and a 30-day public comment period for the 2 in 2511. So it's a little bit uncertain as to when you may have an opportunity to vote on these, but we're just going to keep presenting them and hopefully the vote occurs in time, like I said, for them to be enacted this season. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Matt? We've had plenty of workshop. Each time it's a good job. Any other questions? If not, we'll go on. Okay, Ryan.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the commission. Before I get started with the regulations that Director Schrag has presented in the last 3 workshops, I was talking with Chief Counsel Dan Riley, and we were talking about how many times does a regulation or presentation get worked, and basically they are getting hung up in our external process with D of A. And so the answer is we don't know how many more times they will be workshopped, but the 4 that I'm presenting today have already been here 3 times. But I don't want to go over all the details in it, but I can cover the main points of it. The first one is baiting. It's 115.823, and it outlines the provisions and restrictions of baiting on department lands. And what we're recommending is that we'll be prohibiting placing bait on any of department lands, and also WEHA and iWEHA for any activities except for, those would not apply to the licensed fur harvesters on public lands. And so we talked a lot this morning in our roundtable discussion about CWD, and then later this afternoon, we also had talked about it. And basically, and this baiting regulation change kind of parallels our CW talks in trying to help slow that spread of CWD. So not to go into all the details of this, that we're now in the 4th time of presenting it, I would open it up to any questions.
Are there any questions? We're just waiting till we can vote.
Okay, the second one is covers some of the camping regulations. It's 115.8.9. It covers the provisions and restrictions for camping on department lands and waters. And what we're seeing on the public land side of things in state fish and lakes and the wildlife areas is the influx and the issues with vagrant and homeless folks living in our wildlife areas of state fish and lakes. And it's caused a lot of extra law enforcement issues, but it also is a deterrent from all of our regular users. And what we're presenting is to reduce the number of consecutive camping days allowed at a state fishing lake or wildlife areas from 14 days to 7 days. This does not affect state parks. And some of the things we have to look at with why are we doing this in some of our areas is keeping track of someone there for 14 days is very difficult for us to do on random patrols. But at the state parks, they have camp posts and they also have regular patrols. So it's troubling trying to keep track of these folks, but when they do come in and they set up their residence, they start accumulating things, and it's really hindering what our vision and purpose is for these recreational areas. So I think after talking with most of the managers around the state, they all recommended that a 7-day opportunity would be plenty. And then we also decide that if someone is there legitimately recreating and wants to stay an additional 7 days or past the 7-day period, that manager could give them that option. So it still allows someone to be there 14 days with the manager's approval. So, and along with that is that, when we allow these folks to come in and they set up residence there, not for the purpose of recreation. They're having some trouble in their life. And the thing is instead of enabling them and allowing them to stay there, maybe they should be watched a little closer, and maybe that would keep them in places where they could get that help and that support from our programs that help these type of people who are going through trouble. So along with the recreational part of it, there's also another aspect to it. So without reading through the whole camping regulation, I'd be open for any questions.
Any questions on that?
Ryan, is there a max time?
Yep. So what we're proposing right now, the state regulations states that 14 days. And if you want to stay beyond 14 days, the manager can give you an extension of 14 days for a total of 28 total. Okay, that's still in place for state parks. We would have in state fishing lakes and wildlife areas be the 7-day, and with the permissions of the manager, you could stay a total of 14 days.
Okay.
Then you'd have to leave the property for 5 days.
Okay.
Yeah. Chairman, I think there's.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Got a question for you on this camping. Is that per individual for your time limit? So if one family member reserves it for 7 days, and another family member is going to come along and reserve it for another 7 days.
Okay, reservations are different than what we're talking about.
Well, it's still camping.
Right. If you set up camp, you'd be able to stay for 7 days. Currently, it's 14. If a family member comes in and wants to camp there, they can camp there, but as far as if you come in and set up a campsite, you would have to take your property and leave after the allotted time. It says, and your property.
What if it's joint property?
It's, if you bring it in, you leave with it.
They're going to try.
I've seen it all. Yes, I know that. 26 years of dealing with it. I've seen it all. So.
Okay. No other questions?
The next one would be a new regulation and addresses trail cameras or game cameras or other devices. And currently, there's no regulation specifically addressing the use of trail cameras on department lands and waters. And there's really no other regulation that would cover the use of trail cameras on department lands and waters. Our recommendation is that they not be allowed, and prohibiting the trail cameras on department lands and waters. And as far as this would also apply to the Weehaw and iWeehaw properties. And Stuart, in the past 3 presentations, has talked about fair chase. He's talked about the model of wildlife conservation, just the technology and how it's grown. And he has visited with folks from other states and why they have implemented these regulations for those states. And I feel that he has done his due diligence with staff, managers, law enforcement, and biologists, and looking at this. And that's our recommendations. They not be allowed on the public hunting areas, department lands and waters. Stuart, am I missing anything on that one?
Yeah, Stuart Strong Pratt. No, Ryan, the only other thing was the satellite imagery as part of that regulation. Subsection B, no person shall use images of wildlife produced or transmitted from a satellite. That's also in addition to regular trail cameras. And this would be, like Ryan said, a new regulation 115.825.
Chairman, if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, is there any questions on this? All right, you have one more?
I do have one more. And it is, there's a few changes to the reference document, 115.8.1, Department of Lands and Waters, hunting, fur harvesting and discharge of firearms. The first one was under the refuges, and it was the addition of adding a refuge to the Cherokee lowlands, which would be the Perkins East and the Bogner Center tracks. And if anybody would have any questions over that before I go to the next.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Okay. And then the second one is the daily hunt permits. And it would basically be, having where all public lands and properties would be in the electronic check-in and check-out system. The trials around the state, we've done them. Our staff is pleased. It gives us good numbers. And the rest of the staff that did not have them on their properties are now requesting that they do have the system, check-in systems at their locations. So, and I believe there's 2 properties, and this is for hunting only, but there's 2 properties that would be for all activities, and that would be Buck Creek and no wildlife there. There is 1 or 3 areas that the Maxwell Wildlife Refuge, Big Basin, Prairie Reserve, and all state parks would not be included in that. That's all I have for the reference document. If anybody has any questions, yeah.
What's the penalty for being checked in but not on the property?
Yeah. Stuart Strog again. So you're asking if you check into a property hunt, go home, forget to check out, you'll get an email.
Yeah, I know. It still took me 3 days to figure out how to get checked out. I'm thinking more for people who are maybe hunting multiple areas adjacent to public lands. To check, if you're, say, hunting private land adjacent to a public area and you're going back and forth, you are better off to be checked in, but you may not be on it at the moment. It's kind of an odd situation. I understand.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just curious what is best.
We look at that more on a 24-hour basis. I mean, if you're going back and forth during the day, we don't expect you to check out every time you cross foot over the property line if you know you're going to come back that same day.
And can you be checked into 2 areas at the same time?
No, I don't believe so. You have to check out from one before the system will allow you to check into the.
Okay.
Some, I believe we check in, a lot of folks check in because they don't have service where they're going. And they can check in, and when they get done, they can check out, but they won't necessarily be there.
The only other thing I wanted to add to what Ryan presented here was, we just had a select few in the past as part of the iSportsman check-in, check-out system. It all stemmed historically from our waterfowl areas. If you all decide that this is the direction we want to go in and it's approved that we're going statewide with this, it's going to be a lot of properties. And so having a new system here with Brandt, we're going to work pretty closely with them in deciding, do we add all the properties in one fell swoop? Or do we add a few at a time regionally, whatever the case may be? I just wanted to kind of lay that out there, that's kind of the thought process right now that we're working with Brandt to facilitate the best implementation of this as we move forward.
Are there any penalties for not checking in?
Yeah, Commissioner Spore, it is actually, since it is in our regulation, it is a misdemeanor offense and it can be cited for such. However, we try to take an educational approach to begin with. And a lot of people, there could be varying reasons why they didn't check in, why they couldn't check in. But what we've seen over the years of having iSportsman for quite a while is we do have certain individuals that use these properties who blatantly do not want to check in. And so we focus on enforcement of those folks, where the majority we're trying to educate and help them understand why this information is so invaluable to us and them ultimately, because it just helps us provide better management and better decision-making, not only from the public land side of things, but as we've talked about waterfowl issues, this data is very, very important. But to answer your question simply, yes, you can be cited for not checking in.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question about vacuum bait on public ground, you know, on state ground and walk in underground and you can't bait there? Is that correct?
It's over.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you have a navigable river like the Arkansas River, who owns that?
Who owns the Arkansas River, which is Nagwell River? I believe the Secretary of State's office monitors that property.
So can you bait on that ground? So can you bait on the Arkansas River or for deer?
Well, technically, we don't have any jurisdiction over it, so we can't prohibit it. That's not exactly an answer to your question, but we don't control it, so the regulations that we're talking about only apply to the lands that we control.
If you say state ground?
Department.
It's a department.
Department owned
Which
managed
includes the
property.
walk-in hunting areas, which we don't manage, but we have control of those for the purpose of hunting.
So it's legal to hunt on state ground? As long as
Well,
it doesn't belong to the department?
I'm just telling you that the regs that you heard us talk about don't apply unless it's land that we have control over.
So what would my answer be?
Ask whoever has control of the land, whether or not is legal there.
And that would be the state.
I think that's the Secretary of State's office.
I think ultimately it'd be the Secretary of State.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just to follow up on your question, to make it clear, we currently prohibit baiting on department lands and waters, but there was some verbiage in the regulation that allowed people to place it prior to, give me a second. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on this. So the original regulation stated no person shall place, deposit, expose, or scatter bait while hunting or preparing to hunt on department lands. What we found out, what our officers were finding out, is people were using that as an excuse to place bait for wildlife viewing or photography, but yet they were still hunting over it. So we just made it a blanket statement. You can't bait on department lands, period. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a suggestion. We've got some time here. The public hearing items, it's my opinion, they need to be publicly heard at the time published, which is this evening. Now, because of the aforementioned supply chain problems in the Department of Administration, Secretary of State, or all of the above, our 30 days isn't up today, it's up tomorrow morning. So that's why we're going to have to vote on those, but we'll have discussion today. And tomorrow morning on the Zoom call, we will authorize anybody from the public who wants to discuss and have any discussion. I don't expect there to be any. But the workshop session that Levi has, if he would like to use that on big game permit applications, I don't see any reason we couldn't have it now rather than after adjournment and when we reconvene this evening. Is there any reason we can't change that schedule then?
None that I know of, Mr. Chair.
Well, it's been suggested by the commission that if we got through with our regular agenda, go ahead and get that item knocked out. We won't have to do it after supper. Unfortunately, Levi still can't go home.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Levi Jasper, Emporia, Kansas. The regulation that's in the workshop session is KAR 115-4-11, which is our big game and wild turkey permit applications. In this case, this was started a while ago. I don't recall which workshop session this is actually now for this item. But it is to address the potential point creep for pronghorn permits. And what it does is currently a hunter could get or apply for a firearm or muzzleloader pronghorn permit and get a point if they don't draw, and still be able to get an over-the-counter archery permit. And so what we want to modify this to be is that they can either apply and either get a permit for firearm muzzleloader or get that point, preference point, or they could get an archery permit over the counter and would not get that point if they did not draw a firearms permit. It's just to minimize that because we've had such an increase in folks interested in hunting pronghorn. And also that's gonna, if potentially if we continue to see pronghorn numbers reduced, we may have to reduce some tags. And so it's gonna just exacerbate that if people can still get a tag and get a point at the same time. So that's what this recommendation is to modify it so that pronghorn hunters must either get an archery permit or apply for a limited draw permit. They would not be able to apply for firearm muzzleloader permit and buy a preference point, or buy a preference point and purchase an archery permit during the same season. With that, I will take questions.
Your preference points have a time frame on them. In some states, if you don't buy a preference point every year, you risk losing or apply, you risk losing what's there. Do we have a requirement like that?
Yes, we have a limitation that if you do not purchase a point or apply for a draw and get a point, if you're unsuccessful, every 5 years you'll lose points. So if you can not get a point for 4 years, but you've got to do something that 5th year to keep it.
Any other questions for Levi? Okay.
All right, thank you.
A couple of just general comments. I think somebody that does a lot to keep the commission informed and involved is Jason. And I appreciate all that he does for this. I'm always asking him to do a special favor for me or send me an email or something. And he's kind of responsible for the communication that comes out to all of us commissioners. And it's very much appreciated. And you'll also notice, and I should have announced earlier, Delia is attending her first meeting. And we're glad to have her on the commission. I think she'll be a welcomed and productive member. And we kind of got to know each other as we had lunch today. And she has a lot of knowledge about buzzards. And that was interesting to me. Been around buzzards all my life. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know. So if you have any question about buzzards, why, don't hesitate to send her an email. Other than that, I think it's time to adjourn this meeting, reconvene at 6:30. We'll have the 2 public hearing items, which we will do everything but vote. And Dan, our parliamentarian, will lead us through that process. And then the first thing tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I hope we can get this resolved. Dan and I've talked about it. I've grumbled And he has two, but I don't know what we can do. We're kind of stuck with the slow, slothful pace that a lot of people are involved in.
Well, I promise, Mr. Chair, I won't display the rant that I did at the last commission meeting. I will restrain my comments about the process and the legislature and all the other things that I chose to voice my opinion of last time. The primary reason for our abnormal bifurcated agenda tonight on those two regs is the fact that the publication deadline for the registers on Thursday, and they were submitted for publication. In fact, with a time frame that would have given us 34, 35 days notice as of today. Unfortunately, at the same time, the fiscal year ended, and I was not aware that the Secretary of State's office pushes back all their deadlines so to accommodate the end of the fiscal year. So what had been a Thursday deadline was actually a Monday deadline. So one day makes all the difference. We've got 29 days of notice on those two regulations, which require 30. Fortunately, our agenda always has the next day provision built in there. And I don't know where that originated, but it always mentions the fact that, potentially if the business is not all completed on the first day of the commission meeting, then the meeting may be adjourned the next day, which is exactly what we're going to do tomorrow, simply for the purpose of allowing anyone who has a day 30 comment to make it and then to vote on those. But again, you and I have talked about this, and hopefully the things that caused the process to move so slowly for the last several months will not always be a factor. I don't know that I'm not going to go into the rant because you guys all heard me voice that last time. Some of the pressure that's put on the system by forces outside the system are causing a lot of the problem. I know, because it's always been a laborious. The reg promulgation process has always been famous for taking a lot longer than it seems like it should. But the slowdown in the last few months has really gotten to be problematic, not for just us, but for other agencies also. And some of the agencies that are having the most problems happen to be some of the agencies that are involved in the process. The Secretary of State's office had a tremendous backlog of regulations that they needed to have in place in time for the voting that took place this week. And they had problems getting theirs through the process in time. So it's not just us. And it's something that we hope will improve. I will promise you this, you'll have a slug of regulations at the next meeting for approval. I think we've got probably 7 that will be up for approval at that time. Many of the ones that you've heard workshopped over and over times, and the folks doing the workshop stuff are ready to kick me, I'm sure, because they presented that same material a number of times. But we will dispatch with quite a bunch at the September meeting that have finally worked their way through the process. Many of the ones that you heard discussed today are at various stages in the process. We've got a few that are still at the Department of Administration. Like Ryan mentioned, the public lands ones are still at administration. We've got another batch that have moved on to the Attorney General's office. Matt's fur bearer regs that he mentioned are at stage 2 of the process, because what I've done now, because typically a batch will be entered and then we'll move through the process as a unit, but certain regulations seem to slow that down. So I'm breaking them up now and moving them through in smaller groups, and consequently we're going to have them scattered out more. But yeah, I'm open to trying anything to see what works best, and hopefully we'll get it loosened up and rolling. So, but I do apologize for the complicated agenda bifurcated over 2 days, but under the circumstances, those regs need to be heard at this meeting because of the time timeframe for the seasons coming up. Levi's regs needed to be heard at the August meeting. So our only option was to accommodate them the way that we have. So I hope it doesn't cause any real discomfort or disconvenience for anybody to do that, but.
Thank you. At our next meeting in Chanute, are you planning to have a meeting in the morning as well? Or are we going to look at Neosho, or what are we going to do?
So I apologize. We haven't finalized that, but we talked about two options. One was if people chose, they could come the day before to Neosho Wildlife Area as a possibility. And then that morning have a technical session again in Chanute, but we haven't finalized that yet.
What do you propose for the topic? We'd once talked about turkeys. We'd once talked about ducks again.
It was a turkey conversation. If that continues to be valuable, sessions like this morning to the commission, then we'd like to continue that because we see an opportunity to provide a lot of good information that we normally can't. So if you think that's valuable, we still think it is too. So we do turkey that morning. And then if people want to come early to see the Neosho, which we've talked a lot about, and we really have a lot to showcase down there, we'd invite you to come the previous afternoon late and participate in that.
If there are no other questions or comments, we're going to recess the meeting.
Chairman Lauber, if I may just follow up real quick on a couple of topics. Travis and Monty and Neosho are ready and prepared and excited to have you guys down there. You know those two guys. So yes, we're planning on having that tour the day before. We'll finalize those details. The other thing I wanted to mention about the regulatory process now that we're faced with, it's created new challenges, a lot of new challenges. But one of the things that we were discussing this past week was a lot of these may be voted on and passed during open seasons after our hunting regulations have already gone to print. So we're going to have to make a concentrated effort to get the word out on the changes in regulations. So we've discussed that internally as, on the webpage, maybe on the new Brant app. So I just wanted to let you all know that that's already been discussed and being taken into consideration with this new process that we're faced with for getting regulations passed. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay.
Make it quick. On the Native American issue, you changed it from 1/8 to 1/16 to have a hunting and fishing license. And you said it has to be by a tribal roll. Why not DNA?
Well, we don't do DNA, and
Medical does. You can get a test and have your DNA done.
I guess we figured if you're on the tribal roll, that the tribe had made that determination, and we didn't need to second guess the tribal roll.
Mr. Chair, the change was made basically for a consistency standpoint, because we found out that the tribal roll conducts the determination, and no one is on the tribal roll unless they meet that criteria. So rather than we trying to determine what somebody's lineage is and percentage, it makes more sense to rely on the tribe's determination. So that's why the tribal roll is consistent.
There you have it. Meeting is in recess.
That's quite a ways to go.
Okay.
It was funny, my sister brought my nieces to come to the pool, and there were some guys in there. And not too many
He's always here.
looked like really easy. You know what I'm like?
Let's get started. We're going to reconvene. We're going to start with a reintroduction of commissioners and staff, starting on my left. I don't think Troy's going to be here.
Yeah, he's on.
There he is. Hi, Troy.
Hey, Troy Spore, Oakley. Bill Estorino, Garden City. Lauren Quayle, Sel Hutchison.
Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Warren Goodfellow, Russell.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Sheila Camus, commission support.
Jason Dixon, commission support.
Brad Lovelace, Topeka.
Stuart Schrog, Pratt.
Dan Riley, Topeka.
Okay, at this time, we welcome any public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody that wants to comment this afternoon or this evening?
We do have somebody that called in. That wants to comment.
All right, let's do that now.
Okay. Lynn, I'm gonna unmute you. It's calling out on his phone, so.
Six.
There we go, got you in now.
Am I there?
Yep, you're here.
I'm at Glen Elder, Kansas, and the fishing we got up here is very poor anymore. The guide services have just ruined this lake on the catfish. The other day, only reason I would have been there, but I got the virus and I couldn't make the trip. But they're not, there's guide services out here and all they do is pour soybeans out here in the lake. And I mean, piles of them. And that's where all the catfish go. And then you got these guide services, got these pontoons of 8 to 10 guys on them. And last week they pulled in 900 fish, a guy told me. 900 catfish. And they got 3 to 4 pontoons at a time doing this. And these chum piles are all over the lake. If you're not on a chum pile, you're not going to catch any catfish out here at Glen Elder. This really needs to be stopped. I fish at Milford with a guide up there on Blue Cat and Channel Cat, and there ain't no bait thrown out in the water or anything. We just catch them, no problem. And you can see fish from Curtis Creek at Milford for 1.5 miles, fish in the water, little ones just swimming under the water. But Glen Elder, all you can catch up here is drum. I mean, it's a great drum lake. They've just completed the Channel Cat up here, and the rivers, the different places on the river you can't get in anymore. They put posts out where you can't get down to them. I'm over 70 years old, so I like to fish the river too. And I don't want to walk an eighth of a mile to get to it. And then Boulder Park up here, the boat ramp is completely shot. You have to be real careful how to drive on it. The middle is completely out of it. You got to be real careful. But and the walleye fishing is really poor. It's just like Lake Cheney and all these other lakes. Everybody wants to fish for them walleye when they're spawning, and they catch the females and the males. They say they don't, but they do. So, and we don't have any good walleye like we used to have up here. They're all gone, When they're spawning, that's the time to catch them, But they don't do that in Minnesota. My daughter and son-in-law is in Minnesota. You don't even stick a pole in the water of the river or rocks or anything when they're spawning. So I got, it really concerns me about the catfish because I'm a fisherman, and That's what I enjoy doing. I caught a lot of whitefish at Melford on the river on the Republican. I was there 3 weeks ago, and I caught about 4 of them. No pink eyes, but just white fish. We let them go. It was kind of neat to catch them. And I've caught 40-pound blues at Melford, and that's pretty nice to hook onto a blue that weighs 40 pounds. We turn them back. From 1 to 24, we can eat them. But the bigger ones, you have to turn them back. But Glen Elder has no rules on any of this, especially this chumming. It's just really an eyesore. These guys has got their own houses. They put people in and come up there and give them $100 a quarter, $150 a day to fish, and come home with a sack of fish, every day. I just don't think that's right, sir.
Okay, well, our biologists will review that. Appreciate your input.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, I just want you to realize what's going on, because there's 8 to 9 to 10 cars in that boat ramp. I mean, parked up there for them guys to get on their pontoons every day to go fishing, and the whole and the guy at the marina up there. Well, he used to be a guide himself, but now he's taking care of boats and gas and running a marina. So, but they said I'd probably never get anything changed up here because it's always been a chummer's lake, Well, they've got all the fish pretty well caught out of it, I mean, you need to think about this a little bit. That's kind of like fishing in a rain barrel. You drop your line down with a little cheese bait on it, and all them soybeans are going to grab it. And next thing you know, you got him in the boat, So I don't think that's really fishing. Kind of like some of their hunting up here, You get those pheasants for $10, $15 a piece, and then they wind their heads up or put them in a clump of grass, and the dog goes around and sniffs them, and they shoot them. I mean, the pheasant's already dizzy, don't know what's going on, and they just cap him, That's not very good, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I think
Well, I
you
appreciate it very much. Thanks for your input.
Okay.
Is there any more public comment, Jason?
Did not look at it at this time.
All right, then let's start by public hearing on Levi's 2 items, and then we'll vote on them tomorrow.
Levi just took one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I
Richard has the other one.
can spend any more time up here, I'm going to ask for my own chair. So Levi Jaster, Emporia, Kansas. The item here is 11525-9A, which is the military subunit deer seasons. We've seen this several times, so I'll just quickly go through it. Fort Riley is asking for an adjustment of dates for their rifle season. Same number of days as usual, regular season. But November 25th and through the 27th, December 17th through December 23rd, and December 26th through December 27th. They're would like to only allow 1 antlerless permit for whitetail deer at the fort. They're also asking for additional archery dates, which are September 1st to September 11th, and then January 1st of 2023 through January 31st of 2023. For those individuals that are authorized by the fort, which are typically soldiers that are going to be either deployed or coming back from deployment that may have not had an opportunity otherwise. And then they want to close the pre-rut season and replace that with additional youth and antlerless, or additional youth and disabled opportunities for those days. And then they will be closed for the extended firearms whitetail antlerless only seasons. Next up would then be Fort Leavenworth. They're requesting the November 12th through November 13th, November 19th through November 20th, November 24th through November 27th, and December 3rd through December 4th, and December 10th and December 11th. So again, same number of days, just different from our regular season, firearm season. And then they wish to be included in the longer or longest extended firearm season in January for antlerless whitetail, January 1st through 23rd. And then also the extended archery season that's up in Unit 19. That is for antlerless whitetails from January 23rd to January 31st of 2023. And then they would allow up to 5 whitetail antlerless permits to be used. And then in Smoky Hill subunit, they're just going to fit the statewide firearm season and allow up to 5 additional antlerless whitetail deer. And so those are the military subunit seasons that are different from our regular statewide seasons. With that, I will take questions.
Are there any questions from the commission? Are there any questions from the public? All right, we'll vote on those tomorrow morning. Rich?
Thank you very much, Chairman Lauber and Commissioners. Here today to cover, for hopefully the last time, 115-2520. This is a relatively straightforward change, wording change to this regulation that has to do with sandhill crane hunting. So the regulation summarizes the management unit, seasons, shooting hours, bag, et cetera. And the only change to the regulation is it's on the second page there, subheading F at the end of the regulation. And we're just changing the wording of that for the requirement for the annual online sandhill crane identification examination to be completed before hunting versus completed before you purchase the permit. You remember we talked about this previously. It just primarily has to do with the workflow of our new system and online purchasing of permits and such, that it makes sense to kind of just make the requirement to make sure it's done before folks go hunting, which is what the intent of the regulation was. It's just the previous wording didn't necessarily phrase it the way that we wanted to. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Rich on this? Are there any comments or questions from the public? Well, we'll vote on this tomorrow.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Thank you. That concludes today's meeting. Is there anything else to come before the group? We know our next meeting date is in September, and it's at Chanute. Our next meeting date is tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thanks, Dan. Yeah. Okay.
So I understand we were having a pre-meeting the day before.
That is our intent, yes.
We'll, excuse me, we'll make an offer of opportunity to go to Neosho Wildlife Area the day before, so we'll get that information out to you quickly.
Okay.
All right. Well, have a good evening. Meeting adjourned.
The what?
Man, you got a long drive home.